Hello friends, Tony here. I have created some videos about the Filament version 3 and I had a comments on YouTube if I can create a Filament tutorial, and that's what I'm going to start today. So I'm going to create a full tutorial about the Filament and I will cover almost everything so you can learn in this tutorial all about the Filament. We are going to build a employee management project, and through the building a project, we'll cover almost everything you need to know to build a project with Filament version 3. Okay, so let's open the terminal. I'm going to use a Warp terminal here. So let's say Laravel new, and the name, I'm going to name it Filament tutorial. Hit enter. Now, if you want, you can install a Breeze starter kit or a Jetstream, but I'm going to say no starter kit here. I'm going to use pest and no Git repository. Okay, so the application is ready and I'm going to navigate there. And let's open with VS Code. I'm going to use the VS Code as a code editor. Now first, I'm going to go to .env file, and here we have the database name, which is filament_tutorial. I'm going to copy this and create this database. I use table plus, so here I'm going to say new, paste that name, click OK, and yeah, here we have Filament tutorial. And now let's close this and let's run artisan migrate. So artisan, I have alias for PHP artisan. I'm going to say migrate here, hit enter, and yeah, we have the users table, reset tokens, failed jobs, and personal access token table in our database. So if I refresh now, yeah, here we are. Now let's go and install the Filament. So I'm going to open Filament documentation, get started, and let's zoom it, this one. Okay. Now we need to run the composer require filament/filament and the version 3.0 stable. Let's copy this. Also, we need to add the -w here. So let's paste that in, hit enter. And then PHP artisan filament install --panels. Now when we install the --panels, we have form builder, table builder, notification, info list, all the filament installed. Okay, now paste that in, hit enter, and I have star in that, so I'm going to say no now, and we are okay. Now if I navigate the project, so filament tutorial.test, yeah, here we are. Because we have installed now the filament, and by default filament has the path /admin. Yeah, here we have now we need to log in to navigate to the /admin. Right now we don't have any user in our database, so if I go to the users here, it's empty. We can create the user through the command, so PHP artisan make filament user. Is not necessary to create through the command line. If you have installed Jetstream or Laravel Breeze, you can go to the register, or you can create a new user on the database right here. But I'm going to do in the terminal here. PHP artisan make filament user, give it a name, and I'm going to say admin at admin.com. Hit enter and add the password. Okay, now the success admin at admin.com. Let's copy that and paste it right here. add the password, sign in, and we are in the admin dashboard. This is what the Filament admin panel looks like. We have here the name of the user. We can change the dark theme or light theme, or we can choose the system. Also, we can sign out here. And that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, friends, and don't forget, if you like such a video and if you want to learn Filament, subscribe to my channel, like this video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video now we are going to create the models and migrations we need for this project. So I'm going to open the terminal here and let's zoom it like this, and let's say artisan make model. As I said, I have alias for PHP artisan art, and let's hit enter. Now the name, the first one, I'm going to start with the countries. So I'm going to say a country here, hit enter, and what would you like any of the following? So the database, Cedar, factory, form request, migrations, or policy. Right now I'm going to select only the migration. So let's say hit migration and hit enter. Let's create also for the state. Hit enter, migration select, and the same for the city. So select migration, hit enter. Also department. So artisan make model. The name is department, hit enter, select migration. And the last one is going to be the employee. So employee, hit enter, select migration, and we are okay. Now let's open the project with a VS Code. Now let's open the project with VS Code. So I'm going to say code dot here. And maybe let's zoom it a little bit, this one. And let's open first the countries migration. Okay. And for the country, we need only the name. So let's say here $, table is going to be string, and say name here. Now this is not going to be nullable, so it's going to be required, this one. Let's save, close this, and let's open the states. Here now we need the relationship. So the state is going to belong to the country, and let's say $table for origin ID, for the country ID, constraint, and also with this say cascade on delete. And we need also the name for the state, so $table string for the name. Okay, let's save. Let's zoom it so a little bit like this. Let's close this and let's open now the cities migration. So here now the city is going to belong to the state and the state to the country. So let's create first the relationship $table. For origin ID, the same thing we had with states and countries. Here I'm going to say state ID, constraint, and also cascade on delete. And here the same, we need the name for the city. So let's say string for the name. Let's save, let's close, let's open the departments migration, and for the departments we need only the name. So let's say here $table string name, And now let's open the employees migration. So employees. Now for the employees, we need the first name, last name, middle name. So let's say here $table string first name, okay, last name, and the middle name, $table string, and here I'm going to say middle name, okay. Also we need the address, so $table string address. I'm going to add the char for a zip code, so let's say here zip code, and we need the date hired and date of birth, which is going to be date, so let's say $table date, and say date of birth here, and $table date, and here I'm going to say date hired. Now I have created this project many times, and the first time I had a document where the employees belong to the country, also to the state and to the city, and also to the department. And I had the comments on YouTube if the employee belong to the city, and then the city belong to the state, and also the state to the country, so we don't need to have the employee belong to the country, but I'm going to add that the employee is going to belong to the country, state, city, and department, the same I had in the document when I created this for the first time. Okay, so let's say here $table version ID, and first I'm going to say for country ID, and here I'm going to say constraint, and also cascade on delete. And let's copy and paste this. Now this one is going to be for the state, so let's say state, city, and department. Okay, let's save, close, and now run artisan migrate. Okay, hit enter. And that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, friends, and see you in the next one where we need to create the filament resources. All the best, and don't forget to subscribe and like to the video. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video we are going to work with filament resources, but first I wanted to show you can find this project in the GitHub. So if you navigate to the GitHub /codewithtonyofficial/ and the project name, which is filament php-version 3-tutorial. Okay, let's close this and let's start and work with filament resources. So filament allow you to generate resource scaffolding with just a few commands. A resource can represent a data model in your Laravel application, such as a database table or an eloquent model. The default model resource page is where we define the database schema and is controlling what we can see on the admin panel page. To create a resource, we need to run a command in our terminal. So let's open here and let's say php artisan make filament -resource. This is the command we need to generate a filament resource, and then the name of the model. So I'm going to start with country model and hit enter. Now successfully created the country resource. This command will create several files in the app filament resource directory. So let's open the VS Code. Let's open the app. Now here we have filament, and as you can see we have resources, and this inside the resources directory we have the country resource PHP and also the country resource folder. Inside the country resource folder we have the create country PHP, edit country PHP, and list countries.php. Now the classes inside the pages directory are used to customize the pages in the app that interact with the resource. There are full page livewire components that you can customize in any way you wish. Now if we open this country resource, first of all we need to see these two methods. We have the public static function form method, which return the form schema, and here we need to populate the form with our fields we need. And also we have a public static function tables, which return a table, and here we need to add our columns, what we want to display in the table. But as you can see, also the form and the table are empty. Now let's generate the resource for the city, but in this case I'm going to say here for the state first. Let's say state, and in this case I'm going to add a flag. I'm going to say -- generate. If I hit enter, and let's open now, as you can see on the resources we have country resource and the state resource, also country resource PHP and the state resource PHP. Let's open this state resource PHP. As you can see now in this state resource PHP we have the form method, but inside it's not empty. We have the form components text input make country ID, which is required and is numeric. Also we have a form components text input make for name, which is required, and max length is 255. So if you'd like to save some time, Filament can automatically generate the form and table for you based on your model's database columns using this generate flag. By default, we will not be able to interact with the deleted records in the app. Now if you'd like to add functionality to restore, force delete, and filter trash records in your resource, we need to add also the soft deletes flag when we generate in the resource. But I'm going to leave it as it is. What I want to add also is the --view flag. Well, the --view flag is going to create the view page for us. So let's say now PHP artisan make filament resource for the city. So I'm going to say city. I'm going to add a generate flag and also --view. Hit enter. Okay, now we have also the city resource, which also the city resource has this text input for state ID and name. Now this state ID is going to be a relationship, but I'm going to leave it for now like this. And let's create all what we need. So let's say department, and so department, generate also the view and also the employees. And the user. Hit enter. Okay, now if we go and visit the project, so I'm going to close this one and refresh. As you can see here we have cities, countries, departments, employees, states, and users. If we go to the countries, yeah, here is the countries. We don't have any country, and you can see now countries here. But if I go to the new country here, we don't see the form. If we go now to the states and go, as you can see on the states that we have a search here because we added that flag -- generate. And if we go to the new state, we have a form with country ID and name. The same if we go to the cities, we have the form here. And if we go to the departments, the same thing. And of course, if we go to the employees, new employee, here is the form. And for the users, now here for the users, we have one user. As you can see, we display the name, email, and the email verified at. And because we added that -- view, we have this view here. If I click, right now we have just a name, email here, and the date verified at, which is kind of inputs. We are going to customize that in the next videos. Now, as you can see, all the resources here have the same icon, and we can change that. So let's open the first one. Let's open the country resource. And the first thing is we have here the model, $model, which is the country class. It is based on the name we added, so the country. And here we have the navigation icon property, which support the name of any blade components. By default, hero icons are installed. However, you may create your own custom icon components or install an alternative library if you wish. And for the country, let's open the hero icon website, so heroicons.com, and I'm going to search for flag. Here it is, and I'm going to use this, just the name flag here. Okay, so hero icon, and say flag. If I save, see on the browser refresh, as you can see now countries has a flag icon. Now Filament will automatically generate a navigation menu item for your resource using the plural label, as you can see here, countries. If you like to customize the navigation item label, you may use the $sign navigation label property. So let's open the VS Code here and let's create that. So I'm going to say protected static, and this, as you can see here, also we have a question mark up here and here, and the question mark here saying is not required, so can also accept a null value. So let's say here string, and we need the $sign navigation, not navigation icon, but navigation label, which is going to be equal with, let's say, country here. Now if I save, and let's see on the browser, if I refresh, now as you can see here we have, and let's zoom it for you, now we have country here. Now also we can customize the model label, so each resource has a model label which is automatically generated from the model name. So for example, we have a user here, we have a user label, as you can see, view user, and so on. The label is used in several parts of the UI, and you may customize it using the $sign model label property. So let's do that. Let's customize also that. So let's say protected static, and also here we need the question mark, the same string, and let's say $sign model label. And for example, for this one, which is country, let's say employees country. Okay, now if I save that, and let's see on the browser now, if I refresh, let's navigate to the country. As you can see, we have here employee countries and also employee countries right here. Now, as you can see, all the navigation are in the list here. If we want, we can group them, and that's what I want to do. And to group them, we need to use the navigation group property in the resource. So here, the same we have with the label and so on. Let's do that. Let's say protected static, string, and here we are going to say navigation, $ navigation group. Okay, and I'm going to name it system management. Okay, if I save that and let's see right now, if I refresh, as you can see now we have here a system management, and inside this system management group we have a country. And we can close this and show. Now we can customize more, but we don't have data right now. But what I'm going to show also in this video is we can customize also the URL here. So by default, Filament will generate a URL based on the name of the resource. So you can customize that by setting the $Slack property on the resource. Let's do that. Let's open the resource one more time and let's say here, protected static question mark string, and here I'm going to use the $Slack property. And we are in the resource, so let's say I'm going to say employees country dash country or countries, like this. If I save and let's see on the browser now, as you can see, we have now employees dash countries, the URL. But if you don't like that, you can say countries, which is the default. Here right now we have 404 not found because this is not, it's not existing right now. So let's change back to countries, and yeah, here we have countries, but this is the same if we remove also. So it's by default countries. Okay friends, now let's move the departments, states and cities in this group. So I'm going to copy what we have here, and let's open the state resource, and I'm going to paste it here, all of them. Now we can change the navigation icon. The navigation label is not going to be country, it's going to be state, or you can say states. Here we can say employees states if you want, but I'm going to remove the employees and just say states here. And the navigation group is inside the system management. It's going to be inside the system management. Let's save. Let's do the same for the city. So let's come up here and let's paste that in. Let's change that to be city. And also here, I'm going to say city, not the employees city. System management is going to be the navigation group, and the department is going to be the same. So let's remove that, paste that in, say department. Also here I'm going to say department. And the navigation group is going to be in the system management. Let's save and let's see on the browser now. If I refresh, and yeah, as you can see, we have a city, country, department, and state, but it's not ordered how I want. For example, I want the country to be up here, then I want state, then city, then department. And we can fix also that with Filament. And as I said, the country is going to be the first one, so let's go. Okay, so here now let's say protected static, but now we don't need a string, we need to add an integer $navigation sort, which is going to be equal with 1, because we are on the country resource, and as I said, the country is going to be the first one. If I save and let's see on the browser now, take a look to the sort here. If I refresh, the country now is at the end because it has this sort, but the others don't have. If I copy this and paste to the state resource now and change the value from 1 to 2, save, go to the city resource and change the value here to 3. Save. Now let's go to the department resource and do the same thing. Change the value to 4. For this one, save, come here and refresh. Now we have country, state, city and department. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how to use the resource on Filament and how to customize that. All the best, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like this video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video let's take a look to the Filament forms. So let's get started here. And we are inside the panel builder. Let's go to the getting started inside the resources. And here I'm going to select resource forms. I'm going to zoom it, this one, and here we have. Now resource classes contain a form method that is used to build the forms on the create and edit pages. And here is the example. And we saw also on the previous video this form method here inside the resources we have created. But we can use the form, if we go here to form builder, we can use the Filament form builder also without the panel builder, so as a separate package. So if you go right here, we can install with Composer. So Composer require filament/forms, and right now we need to specify also the version. Okay, now Filament form package allow you to easily build dynamic forms in your application. You can use it to add the form to any Livewire component, and we can use also on app resources, action models, and table filters also, and more. Now let's open the VS Code, and here we are inside the country resource, and all Filaments form has a schema. Now this is an array which contains fields and layout components, and if we go to the employee resource, so here we have a form schema, and here we have fields. Now fields are the inputs that your user will fill their data into. For example, here we have a text input, and each field has its own PHP classes, as we can see. So for example, the text input class is used to render a text input field. We can add inside this schema layout components, and if we go to the form builder, scroll down, here we have a layout. Now layout components are used to group fields together and to control how they are displayed. For example, you can use a grid component to display multiple fields side by side, or you can use a wizard to separate fields into a multi-step form. You can deeply nest layout components within each other to create a very complex responsive UI. Now forms within a panel and other packages usually have 2 columns by default. If we go here and let's navigate to the employees, go to the new employee here, as you can see we have 2 columns by default, but we can change that if we go on the employee resource, and here we have a schema, and in the schema we can change a columns method, and we can specify how many columns we want. So for example, let's say 3, and if I save and come here and refresh, now we have 3 columns, as you can see here. Now because this is alone here, we can make this to take the full width, so only this field to take the full width. And this is the date hired, so we can go to the date picker, which is for the date hired here, and in this input field we can change the column span full, and this is going to make this to take a full width, as you can see. Now let's add the section layout component. So let's I'm going to cut the first name, last name and middle name, cut them, and add forms / components / section and call make here. And inside this make we can add also the title. So let's say, for example, user name. Also we can add a description. So let's say description and say put the user name details here. And then we need to change the schema, which is similar to the form schema, contains an array, and let's add the first name, last name, and middle name. Let's save and let's see now on the browser what we have. So if I refresh, yeah, here is the section, as you can see here, with a title, username, and here put the username details. Now the first name, last name, and as you can see here, takes the full width. And if you don't like that, you can go here when we have a section and change the method columns and specify how many columns you want. So let's say, for example, 3. And if I save and refresh, now we have 3 columns here. Okay, let's do the same thing for the others. So I'm going to cut the address and zip code together. Say forms / components / section make, and here I'm going to say user address, and then change the schema and add an array with these 2 fields. And also, because we are here, let's cut this one, and we need to add a comma here and do the same. So forms / components / section and say make here, and just I'm going to say dates, and here change the schema, add an array with these 2 fields. And let's save now, come here and refresh. And yeah, here we have. Now I want the this one to be 2 columns. So let's go to the user address section and change the columns to be 2. Save, come here and refresh. Okay, now also for this one, let's make this 2 columns. So here I'm going to change columns to be 2 and remove this one. Save and refresh. And yeah, we have this full width because we added a column span full. So let's remove and refresh now. And yeah, here we have dates, user address, and so on. Now, as you can see, we have this red asterisk here, which means is required. And in Laravel, validation rules are usually defined in array. So let's come here and let's scroll up. And in Laravel, we have, for example, an array and specify here the rules required. Also, for example, max 255, or we have a combined string. So let's also show that one. Required pipe and max, for example, 255. Now this is fine if we working with backend with simple form request, but Filament is also able to give to us a front-end validation, so we can fix the mistakes before any backend requests are made. So in Filament, you can add validation rules by using the methods required, as we can see here, or max length, for example, 255. So the same we have here. Here we have a text input. The text input allows you to interact with a string. So in this case, we have a first name, last name, middle name. If we go to the, let's save this first, and let's go to the user resource. Here we have email, and as you can see here, we chain email method. So here you may set the type of string using a set of methods. So in this case, email or password. We have also numeric like this. Also we have TEL for the phone number. We have URL for the URL type. Also we can specify the type by saying type here like this, and on the string specify, for example, a color. And if I save it like this, and let's open the user resource. So here let's go to the users, new user, and as you can see now the password, because on the password we say type color, if we click, this is type color. Okay, and let's remove this, go back to password. That's it all about this video to show you the form in Laravel Filament version 3. All the best, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel and share with your friends. See you in the next one, friends. Friends, Tony here. Now in this video, let's customize our dashboard. So first I'm going to change the colors. If you go to Filament documentation, and if you are inside the panels, scroll down, here we have themes, and we have an example of how to change the colors here inside of the configuration files. In the color method we change the colors like this. So we specify the danger or primary color, for example, and say it's going to be color indigo. Now let's copy this, because I'm going to do the same. Let's copy this one here, and let's open the VS Code. Let's open the configuration file, which is admin panel provider, and this file is inside the app providers filament. And here we have a colors method, and inside we can customize the colors we want. So I'm going to add this one. And for danger, we have rose here, but I want to have red instead. Now you can go to this color class and find all the colors we have here. So I'm going to choose red. The gray is going to be not gray, but I want the gray to be slate. The info is going to be blue. Primary is going to be indigo, and success emerald, and warning is going to be orange. Okay, now if I save that and refresh, yeah, we have a different color. Also, if we go in the dark mode, yeah, good. Now let's go, and I want also you can change the fonts. So we can change font and specify the fonts you want. I'm going to copy this, and let's do that. Let's come here, paste that in, hit save, and let's see on the browser now. Refresh, yeah, we have a different font, and you can, here we have all Google fonts are available to use, so you can go to the Google fonts and choose what you like. So for example, let's say Inter here. Okay, now let's save this, and let's say on the browser we have a different font. Now let's change also the logo, and by default Filament will use your app name as a logo, but you may create the file inside the resources views, and let's zoom in this. So inside the resources views, vendor, filament dash panels, components, logo.blade.php, and let's copy this path here, and let's open the resources views, and I'm going to create new folder, paste that path here, hit enter. Okay, now inside the components I'm going to create a new file with the name logo.blade.php, and here we need to add just the image tag with your logo, for example. Let's paste here, and I have added in my public images. Here I have logo transparent.png, so let's add that one here. So logo dash transparent.png. Let's save and let's see on the browser now. If I refresh, yeah, here is the logo. And let's change also the fav icon. So let's scroll down, add in a fav icon. To add the fav icon, you can use the configuration file. So right here, we can change this method and pass in the public URL of the fav icon. So let's copy this, paste it right here. Now I have also a fav icon here. So inside the images, fav icon dot, in my case is icon like this. And let's see if I refresh. And yeah, as you can see, here is the icon. Okay. Now also I want to change the icons we have here. The employees is going to be in the group down there and also the users down there. So let's do that. Let's close now this one. Let's navigate inside the filament and go to the country. I'm going to copy this and let's navigate now inside the employee resource, paste that in. And I'm going to say employee management and refresh. Now here is the employee management, as you can see. The same for the user. Now the user is going to be user management. Yeah, here we have employees, user management and system management. Now I want also to change the icons for the employees, and we need to navigate to the hero icons.com, and for the employee I'm going to use users or group like this. So let's copy this one and navigate to the employee resource. So hero icon, user group, save, and let's see. Yeah, here is the employees. Users, I'm going to use the users. So let's go to the users and say users like this. Refresh. Yeah, we have users now. Country, we have a flag. The state, for the state I'm going to use this one. So let's copy and navigate in the state resource, change the hero icon, save. For the city I'm going to choose this one. So navigate to the city resource and change this. Let's see now on the browser if we refresh. Yeah, country, state and city. Now for the department, I'm going to use this one. So let's copy and paste it in the department resource. Let's save. Let's refresh. Now, yeah, here we have department, city, state, country, users and employees. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to take a look to some Filament PHP form fields. If you go to the form field, and here we have fields here, get started, and we have this example with a text input, and we have seen this in our project. So if I open here the state resource, here we have inside the return form schema, we have this forms, components, text input, make, country ID, and this is auto-generated with a flag, but we don't need text input for the country ID. We are going to add a select here, and we have a text input for the name, which here we are okay. Now I'm going to show you, I have copied from this repository, from this user, and Laravel country state city seats migration, the countries table seeder, states table seeder, and city table seeder. So if I open them here, so I'm going to open the country first, seeder, and in this country seeder we have the ID, code, name, and phone code. I have added also in the migration of the country. So if I open the countries migration, I have added the jar code and phone code, because here we have the code and also the phone code. Now let's open the state seeder, and here we have a state seeder with name and the country ID, because the state belongs to the country. And also let's open the city seeder with name and state ID, because the city belongs to the state ID. I just downloaded a copy from here because I want to populate the country, state, and city. Now as you can see here, the country, we have 246 results, and on the country we don't see anything because we haven't added to the table. But if we go to the state, here we have the name and the country ID, also for the city, because we have generated the resources with the flag. Okay, now let's go to the state and let's go to the new state. Here we have country ID, and I said to you, we need here to add the select, not a text input numeric. Okay, so let's add the select form components, and let's say select here. Now the select component allow you to select from a list of predefined options. Here we have select, make. Let's remove this first, and I'm going to add again. So I'm going to say select for status, and we don't need now the numeric. We need to remove that because this is not a text input. And here we need to change the options. So let's say options, active and inactive. If I save this, so here is the select, make, status, and we added the options, which is an array with active and inactive. Now if I come here and refresh, as you can see here we have status and select option. We have active and inactive. By default, Filament uses the native HTML5 select, but you may enable a more customizable JavaScript select using the native method and specifying false there. So here in this select, we have chain options, and let's change also the native method like this, and let's say false. As you can see, expecting a boolean. Now if I come here and refresh, now we have this kind of options. If you don't like that, you can say this to true, but this is by default true. So it's a HTML5 select, and we have this HTML5 select. Now this is up to you if you want. If you don't want, you can remove and stick to the HTML5. Now because here we don't need the status, but we need the country ID, and here we need to have a relationship because the state belongs to the country. So here let's add the country ID. Okay, now let's remove this option and let's change here the relationship method. And as you can see, expecting the name and also the title attribute. So let's say here the name, for example, name, which is going to be country. We don't have this relationship yet in the state model. So let's open the state model right here. Yeah, we have empty state. So let's say first protected $sign fillable. And we have here the country ID. And also the name. And let's close this. And then let's create the public function country relationship. and let's say this return, this belong to the country class. Also, let's say here is belong to relationship. Let's save, and now here we have name country, which is the country relationship we created, and also the title attribute. So let's say here title attribute, and for the title attribute I'm going to say the name of the country. So let's save this and let's open now. If I refresh, yeah, as you can see we have country and select an option, but here now we have all the countries. Now you may enable a search input to allow easier access to many options using the searchable method. So here now we can change the searchable, and let's say the condition is by default true. Come here and refresh, and if I select, as you can see, start typing the search. So for example, Greece, yeah, we have Greece. Also we can add the multiple method to allow us to select multiple values from this list of options. So let's come here and let's say multiple like this, and if I save and refresh, let's select Greece, Greenland, and so on. As you can see, now we have a multiple select, but because we have this is going to belong to one country, I'm going to remove that. But as you can see, if I refresh and for example we have empty here, and now it's going to search, we can add also the preload here if you like to populate the searchable option from the database when the page is loaded. So instead of when the user search, you can use the preload method to populate this before we type in. Okay, so let's refresh one more time and let's see. Yeah, we don't have countries here, but if we added the preload method, let's save and let's come here and refresh again. Now as you can see, we have preload all the countries, and if we filter by Greece, yeah, we are okay. Here we have the name, which is good. We added the required, and let's copy this because we are going to do the same also on the city. So let's open the city resource, and here we have a state ID, but we need to add that select, and we need to say state now because the city belongs to the state ID. The relationship is going to be state, and the title attribute is going to be the name. Let's save and let's open also the city model and create the relationship. So let's say here protected first, $ fillable, name and the state ID. Then let's create the relationship, public function state, and return this belong to the state class. Also let's say here belong to relationship. Let's save, let's close, let's remove that, and let's save this. And we have the city, new city, and here we have a state and the name, good. Then the state is okay, the country, new employees, yeah, here we need to add also to create the form. So let's copy this and let's open the country resource. Here let's paste the text input for the name, also for the code, and one more for the phone code. So let's say here phone code. Now the code is going to be max length of 3, and for the phone code is going to be the max length of 5, and also it's going to be numeric. So let's say here numeric. Let's save, let's go to the country and refresh. Now we have the name, phone code, and the code here. Let's go to the department, new department. Yeah, we have only the name, users, employees. Now for the employees, we have the first name, last name, middle name, the address and zip code, and also the date. And also here we have the section. But if we open the employees, so let's open the employees migration, we have also the country ID, state, city, and department. So let's add that in resource. So for what I'm going to do is to copy this one, and I'm going to paste it right here, and I'm going to make columns to be true. And then let's open the state resource and copy this select component and paste it here. Paste one for the country, one for the state, one for the city, and one for the department. And let's change that. So let's say here, this is for the country, okay. This is going to be for the state. This is going to be for the city, and this is going to be for the department. And let's see on the browser now, if I refresh, we don't have the relationship. Yeah, we need to go and create that. So let's open the employee model, and here let's create the relationship. I'm going to say protected to be $guarded. Here I'm going to add guarded to be equal with an empty array. And then let's create the relationship for the department. Okay, and this is going to be belong to a relationship. And then create the public function country. Also, this one is going to be belong to a relationship. Return this country, the state, and the city. So let's copy and paste down there for the state and for the city. Let's change this to state, and also this to city. Now here we need to add the city model, and on the state we need to add the state model. Let's save and let's see on the browser what we have now. If I refresh, okay, as you can see here we have country, state, city, and department. And yeah, we have a preload all of them, but what we need is, if I select for example this country, I want to have here only the states belong to this country. And then if we select a state here, I want to have listed all of the cities belong to that state. So we need a dependent drop down, and that's what we are going to build in the next video. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. Also, I'm going to fix the behind the scenes. I'm going to add a section for the country form, also for the state and city behind the scenes, because I don't want to take you so much time. We have done that with the employee, and we need to change that from a username here. Let's say relationship. Okay, let's remove the description, and let's save, come here and refresh. Okay, that's it all about this video. Now, don't forget, if you like such videos, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, like the video, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video we are going to work with a dependent select in Filament. So here we have the country, state, city, and department. Now the city belongs to the state and the state belongs to the country. For that I'm going to, when we select a country, I want to render here on the state only the states belong to the country. The same for the city. When we select the state, I want to render only the cities belong to that state. And if the state is empty, the city is going to be empty. The same if the country is empty, the state is going to be also empty. Okay? For that, let's open the VS Code. And here we are. Now, to dynamically update the options of a select field based on another field, you can pass a function to the options method. Here we have a relationship, but I'm going to change that to options. So let's say options here, the same also to the city, and remove the name and the title attribute also here. And the function we are going to add on the options can inject utilities as parameters. So you can do things like check the value of another field using the $get utility. So in this example, the country field here, first let's chain here the live method, and this allows the form to render when the value of the country field changes. And now in the options, I'm going to say fn and use the get from filament forms get $get here, and we can get the value of the country field using this get $get utility. The value of the field is used to determine which options should be available in the state field. Okay, so let's say this is going to return a collection. So I'm going to say collection from the Illuminate support here, and I'm going to use the state model, say query, and chain the where method here. So where the country ID, and now we can use the $get to get the value of the country ID is selected. So let's say country ID, and then I'm going to plug only the name and the ID here. So name and the ID. I think I have imported. Okay, let's do the same for the city as well. Let's paste that in. Now also here I'm going to add the live. I'm going to chain the live method, and here we are going to say not state but city model. Make sure you import that, and where not country but city has the state ID. So where state ID is $get state ID. Now this get is going to take a look at this state ID. We added the live also here, and I think we are okay now. If I save that and let's open the browser and refresh. Right now, if I take a look at the city, nothing. Take a look at the state, nothing. Let's choose Albania here. Now, yeah, we have all the states belong to this country, and let's say Tehran, and now we have all of the cities belong to the state here. Now, if I remove the country, I want also to remove the state selected and the city selected. Okay, for that I'm going to use the after state updated. So on the state here, after the live, I'm going to chain also the after state updated, and here we need to add a callback. So I'm going to say fn, and here I'm going to use now the set from filament forms set $set, because I want to set the state for the city ID. And let's say now $set the city ID to be and is going to be null. And let's copy also this one and paste it right here on the country, and I'm going to say set the state ID to be null. If I save this and let's refresh. Okay, now let's select again Albania, Tirana, and let's select this one. Now if I remove the country, yes, the state is removed but not the city. So let's refresh and take a look one more time. Say Tirana here and select this one. If I remove the state, also the city is remaining here. And that's it, because we need to add also on the city, we need to chain the live method here. Now if I save that and refresh, okay, let's select Albania. Again, I'm going to select Tirana here, and now if I remove the country, yes, the state ID is null but not the city. And that's it, because on the country we say after state update function set the state ID null, but also we need the city ID when we remove the country. So for that I'm going to say here function and let's copy and paste one more time and say not state but city here. Let's save and let's refresh. Let's select Albania, Tirana here, and Paskochan. Now if I remove the country, yeah, both state and the city are clean. Let's select again. Let's select again Tirana. Now if I remove also the state, the city updated. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, how we can update the city and the state based on the country, and the same for the city based on the state. Now if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video and share with your friends. All the best and see you in the next one. Thank you very much friends. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video let's create the employee for us. Right now we don't have any employees. So let's go to the new employee and I'm going to use the fake filler here. Let's select this country, also the state and the city. But we don't have any department yet. So let's go ahead and create the department, and before that let's open also the VS Code. And I'm going to open the department model, because here we need to add the protected fillable, protected $sign fillable, which is going to be only the name, because only the name we have for the department. And also let's create the employees relationship method, and here I'm going to add also as many, okay, because the department has many employees. Let's save this and let's close, and now let's go to the department. I refresh first, and I'm going to create the Laravel department, create another. Also I'm going to create the Vue.js and React.js. Good. Now let's go to the employees, new employee, and now here we have. Good. Before we create the employee, I want also to change the look for the dates. Here we have this look, and if we open the employee resource, from here, scroll down when we have the dates, yeah, we can add here native to be false. And let's save this and let's refresh. Now, as you can see, if we click here on the input, it's going to show the date picker. Instead, here we need to go to the icon and click. If we click here, it's not going to show that. Go to the icon. Okay, now I prefer this one. Also, we have, if I open the Filament documentation and go to the form builder, go to the date and time picker. We can add also a format, as you can see here, seconds to false, but we don't have date time picker, we have only the date picker. Yeah, we added the native to be false, so let's zoom it. Yeah, you can say also the display format to change the display format. I'm going to copy that and just show you. If we add it right here, so display format day, month and year, and let's come here. We are on the date birth. Refresh. Now if I click this one, we have the date, the month, the day, the month and the year. If we click here we have first month, day and year. Okay, now let's do the same also for the date hired. And let's save and refresh. And I'm going to use now fake fielder here. Select the country, state, city and department. Also, let's select this date and this date for the date hired. Let's say create, and now created. Go to the employees. Here we have now the first employee in our project. We have this view which is going to show kind of form. We can change that, but for now let's leave it. Let's go and create new one. So fake fielder, let's select the country. Let's select Tirana now. Also Tirana here and React.js. Select this date and also this date for date hired. Let's create and let's come here. Okay friends, so that's it all about this video. I just wanted to create some employees so we are good for our project. Then in the next video we are going to work with tables, because this table is created with a flag. We generated the resource, the same for state, city and department. For the country also we need to work with the table here. And for the state, if we want to change, because here we have the country ID, but we can add the country name. The same for the city we have state ID, but if we want we can add the city name here. And that's we are going to do in the next video. All the best friends, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. In this video let's deep dive in Filament tables. Here we are in the countries table, and we can see we have only the edit button. We don't show either the ID, name or code or the phone code, because we haven't worked with a table yet. But if we go to state, we can see we have a country ID with showing the ID here, and the name is going to show the name. And here we have this table because we have created the resource with the flag to create also to generate also the table. The same for city, department and employees. Now we are going to deep dive in the table. So for that, let's open the state first. I'm going to open the state table because the state resource, because we have the table there. So here we have the table method, and inside the table columns we have an array with all the columns we want to add here on the table to show. So the same we have for the form. We have form schema. For the table we have table columns, and inside we have the array with all the columns we want to display here. Okay, now the columns may be created using the static method make, as you can see here, passing its unique name. So here is the unique name. The name of the column should correspond to the column or accessor on your model. So if I open the state model, we have here the country ID and name, and here we have country ID and name. Also, we have created that and updated that here. Now, as you can see here, we have country ID and we show the ID, but if we want to access the relation, for example, I want to display the country name, we can do that using the dot notation on columns. So for example, for country, we have the relationship country here, and let's close the model. To display that, we can use the dot notation, so country dot name. The country is the relationship, and I want to display the name from the country. With that, now if I save and come here and refresh, as you can see here, the country and displaying the country name. I remove now the numeric because it's not numeric, this text column. And let's save. Come here and refresh. Okay. Now on filament tables, we have two main types of columns, static and editable. Static columns display data to the user, which are a text column, we have icon column, image column, and color column. Editable columns allow the user to update data directly without leaving the table here. So for example, if we have a toggle column, the toggle directly here, and it's going to update the data without leaving the table. Also select column, checkbox column, and text input column. Now by default, the label of the column, for example here for name, which is displayed in the header of the table, is generated from the name of the column. So we have make name, and this is the name. Now if you want to customize that, we can use the label method to do that. So here let's change labels, and for example I'm going to say state name. If I save this and take a look to this one now, if I refresh, we have state name up here. Now as you can see here to the country, we have this icon, and this is for sorting. Now column may be sortable by clicking on the column label. So for example, if I click here, as you can see, it's going to sort ascending and descending. To make a column sortable, you may use the sortable method. So if I open the VS Code on this country name, here we have the sortable. We can see we have chain here, sortable, also on the created at and updated at. If we want to make also the name sortable, we can do that by just chaining the sortable method. So if I save that and come here and refresh, as you can see now also the state name has this icon, and if I click, it's going to sort by the state name now, ascending and descending. Now let's remove, as you can see here also on the URL, we have table sort column name and table sort direction descending. If I remove and refresh, we don't have a default. Yeah, I think it's going to sort by default for name ascending. If you don't want that and you want to change, we can do that by adding on the column, on the table columns here, changing the default sort. Here, for example, I'm going to use default sort, and I'm going to sort by name, or let's sort by country name. So let's say country dot name, and if I save this, and let's see now on the browser, if I refresh, take a look, we have this first one. If I refresh, yeah, it's going to sort by country ascending. If you don't like ascending and you want descending, we can add descending here, and let's save and refresh. Now we have a descending. Okay, that's it, how to add a default sort to all the table. Now as you can see here, we have the search. To make a column searchable, we may use the searchable method. So right now, if I come here, we have added a searchable on the name. And for example, let's search by this name, Midlands. As you can see here, we have. But if we want also to have the country name searchable, we can do that by just chaining here, country, chaining the searchable. And if I save, and let's search, for example, so let's search for Uruguay, and I'm going to go to the first one and say Uruguay here. Yeah, here we have search for also the country name. Now here we have the relationship country name and the name, but if you're using an accessor column, you may pass an array on the searchable. So for example, here, searchable, and also on the sortable, the same. You can add an array. For example, if we have here a username, and that username is accessor for first name and last name, you can say here first underscore name, and also add the last name. And the same for the searchable if you use accessor. I'm going to remove, and you can choose to enable a per column search input field using the is individual parameter here on searchable. So for example, if I say is individual, to be true, and let's save this, come here and refresh, we have this search input which is only for the state name. And also if we do that also for the country name, save, we have also here, and this search is only for the country name, this is only for the state name. And also we can search both of them in the global search here. If you don't want that, you need to add a second parameter. So for example, is global to be false for the country name. And if I save and refresh, and let's search here for the Uruguay again, nothing is going to show here because we don't search for country name here, only for the state name. Okay, now as you can see here, we have this icon, and here's the columns we don't see here, but if we want, we can show and hide them if we check here. So let's check created data and updated data, and here we have created data, updated data, which all of them are null, but if we want, we can show, and also both of them are sortable, because if we go here, yeah, we have created data toggle label, and is toggled hidden by default true. If we remove that, save and come here and refresh, let's, as you can see, only the updated data is here, the created data is showing by default. So if we want to hide some column, and just leave it here, the show or hide. Also, if you want, you can hide a column by using, so let's use a name here. I'm going to change the hidden and accept a boolean or a closure. So I'm going to say true is going to remove now the name, as you can see. Also, we can say, for example, here, if the authenticated user, we don't have admin or not admin, but for example, let's say if the auth user name is triple equal to, and let's see what is the name, admin user, or let's say email here, which is admin@example.com, and I'm going to hide that. If I refresh, now if I remove that, save, and it's removed the name. Okay, so we can show and hide with this hidden. Also the same we can do with the visible. So for example, the opposite of hidden, we can say visible is going to be accept the boolean, and we can say true, or is going to be visible only if the authenticated user email is adminexample.com, and which is, now if I refresh, is showing, or if that is not, is going to be hide, as you can see here. Okay, now that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, friends, and if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, like this video, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to fix all of the tables we have for state. I'm going to remove this search for specific column here for the country. I'm going to show also the name here. On the country we need to display the name, also the code, and maybe the phone code. For the city I'm going to display the state name. And for the department here, we have the name. I'm going to display the count of the employees this department has, for example. And also we can go to the employees and hide some, so for example, the date of birth, zip code, or the address. I'm going to hide the address. And because as you can see now, we need to scroll to see all the table. So I'm going to fix that. And let's start with the state. So here we worked in the previous video. So I'm going to open again the state resource. And here we are inside the table. We have the name, country name, which we added the searchable and is individual to true, but I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say just searchable and remove two parameters here. Also for the text name, and I'm going to remove this visible because we don't need to hide that. And we have a created dot and updated dot, toggle label, and is toggled hidden by default to be true, which in my case is okay. Now if I save this and come here and refresh, I think we are okay here. If we go now to city, here we have the name, and let's do the same. Let's display the state name. But as you can see here, we have this also this view. And if we click here, we navigate the city's view. If we go to state, and we have only the edit, and also if I click, we navigate to the edit. And we need to call an action here. So if I open, we have actions, and here on the state resource, we have only the edit action. If I open now the city resource and scroll down when we have actions, as you can see, we have also the view action. And if I copy this and add that one also on the actions here on state and save, let's refresh. And if I click now here, yeah, we show here the form. We are going to fix that later. We're going to fix all for all the tables. Now let's navigate to the city and fix the state. Okay, so here we have the state ID, but I'm going to say state.notation, and I want to display the name of the state. Let's open also the city model to see if we have a relationship for state. Yeah, we are okay. Let's close. And I'm going to remove the numeric here. Let's add also a searchable here. So I'm going to searchable. Toggle label is hidden, and updated data, created data, okay. Let's save and let's come here and let's refresh. Yeah, we have the state name here, and also we can show the created ad and updated ad. Good. Let's navigate the department, and as I said here, I want to display the count of the employees belong to this department. So let's close this and open the department resource. Here we have the name and created ad and updated ad, but also I'm going to add tables /columns / and here I'm going to add a text column called the static make method, and I'm going to make this for the relationship. And let's open also the department model. We have employees here, so let's say employees _ count, and I'm going to say counts of employees, and let's save this. Yeah, we need to add also a comma here, and let's save. Let's come here and refresh. As you can see, we have employees count, and here for this one we have 101. Good. Let's navigate now to the employees. Also, let's see the users. I think we are okay for users. We have the name, email, and email verified ad, and also the created ad and updated ad. Now let's navigate to the employees, and here I want to display the first name, last name, with remove the middle name and address. I'm going to leave the zip code and the date hired. Remove the date of birth. So let's close this, and let's open the employee resource. And yeah, also we can make them toggle label. So let's copy this and add it also on the date of birth. And as I said, remove the date of birth, remove the address and middle name. So also on the address, I'm going to add toggle label, and on the middle name. Let's save, let's come here and let's refresh. Yeah, now we have the first name and last name, the zip code, and the date hired. But let's show also the country, the country name. For that, I'm going to open the state and copy there, just to save some time. So here we have, and the same is going to be also for the employees. So I'm going to add first the country, save, come here and refresh, and yeah, we have country, Albania, and then first name, last name, zip code, and date hired. Now we have sortable for country. Let's make also for the first name. So let's say here, first name, I'm going to make it sortable. And we have searchables for country name, first name, last name, middle name, address, zip code, and so on. Yeah. Let's refresh. Now here, if we want, we can show also the middle name, the address, date of birth, created ad and updated ad, and then we need to scroll to see all of them. Let's hide all of them. Okay, now let's navigate to the country, and I'm going to copy this one here, close, and let's open the country resource, and here we have table, and paste that in. This is going to be for the name, it's going to be searchable. Then I'm going to add also for the code and also for the phone code. Now phone code is numeric, so I'm going to say numeric here, and let's save, come here and refresh, and yeah, we have the name, the code, and the phone code, which is numeric here, and we can search. Now I'm going to remove this sort table for the phone code. We can search for name and for the code also. So for example, if I say for the AR, here we have also for the Argentina here, and then clean this. Now if you want to display also the created at and so on, let's navigate to the state again, just to copy very quick the created at and updated at. So copy that and paste it here, save, refresh. Now we have also the columns for created at and updated at here. Okay friends, that's it all about this video, just to fix all the tables how I wanted, and I hope you enjoy. And don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, and like this video because it's going to help me to rank on YouTube. All the best, see you in the next one. So friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to customize the view for the pages. So we are inside the state, and if I click here, we have this view, state details, which is kind of a form, so country, and this is represented in an input, the same for the name. And I'm going to change that. I'm going to use the info list. So if you go to Filament documentation info list builder, you can read more on the documentation, but we need to create this method inside the main resource. So let's copy that and let's navigate in the state resource first. So I'm going to open the state resource, and we have the form, the table, and after the table I'm going to create this info list method. I'm going to import that, and also this is going to be a static method. Okay, now here inside this schema we need to add the entries. We have a text entry, icon entry, image, color, and a repeatable entry. Also custom, we have also layouts, and I'm going to use most of the time the text entry. So let's copy this. Also for the relationship, as you can see, is the same as the form, so we need to say the author.notation name. And let's paste that in. So text entry, we need to import that, and we are inside the state, so I want first to display the country name and also the name for the state. Now if I save this and let's refresh, let's open now. Yeah, we have more clean modal, country and name. But let's change this to be state or state name, for example. So let's change the label, and I'm going to say state name, and also here I'm going to add a label and say country name. Let's save and let's refresh, open. Now we have country name and state name. Close. If you want to add also the created at and updated at, you can do that. We have layouts also, so let's use a section. I'm going to cut them and say section here, and this section is from a Filament info list. So section make, and let's say state info, and we need to change the schema, which is an array with the text entry with or entries, not only the text, but if we have some other entries, for example, icon, image, or color, we can add there. Now let's see on the browser. If I refresh, view, and yeah, here we have state info, so what we added here. And now, as you can see, country name and state name is taking all the width. If you want, you can change that by saying columns here to be 2, for example. Save, come here and refresh. Take a look one more time, and now we have state info with country name and state name like this. Okay, let's close and let's do the same for cities. Now for city, if we navigate with click, we navigate to the new page because we have created. So if I open files and city resource, we have also the view city, because when we generated the city resource, we added the -- view flag to create also the view page. Now, if you prefer this one, okay, if you like the same as we have in the state, with a modal, we can do that also. So let's copy this method, and I'm going to open now the city resource, and I'm going to paste it right here. Now we need to import this, also the section from the info list and the text entry. Now here I'm going to say city info. The city has the relation with the state, so I'm going to display the state name, and let's say state name here, and for this one, city name. Okay, now if I save and go to the city, I refresh, click view, here is the city info with state name and city name. And as I said, if you don't want the page but you want a modal, here we have get pages, and we have the view which is going to navigate the pages view city and pass in the record. If I comment this and refresh, say view, and it's going to open this modal for us. Now it's up to you. Let's copy the method and navigate also on the country. The same thing after the table method. I'm going to create this, import the info list, import the section from the filament info list, and also the text entry. And here, let's say country info. We're going to display the name of the country, and let's say name here, and remove this one. I'm going to also display the code, and let's say country code here, and let's display also the phone code, and let's say phone code like this. Let's go to the country, refresh. As you can see, we don't have a view here, and that's it, because on the country resource, if we scroll up, when we have actions on the table, we have only the edit action, but I'm going to add also the view action, and let's save this. And now refresh, we have also the view here, and if I click, we have the country info with name, country code, and phone code. Good, let's close, and let's copy the info list method. Let's open the department now, and for the department, the same thing, paste that in, import the info list, import the section from the filament info list, and also import the text entry. Now here, let's say department. So let's remove this one here. Now for the name, let's remove also here, because it's the same name. I don't want to display the phone code on the department, but the employees count. So employees count. And how to do that? If you go to the documentation, we have the calculated state, and here's the example. So I'm going to copy this and paste it right here. Okay, import the model, and instead of float, I'm going to return an integer. So return a record employees, and here we need to call the count. Let's save, and let's come here and refresh. First, let's go to the department, refresh. As you can see on Laravel, we have 1 on the employee count. If I view, yeah, employees count 1. And the same if you don't want to see the page. I refresh on view, and now you can see a model. Okay, so I think we are good with the system management. Let's go to the employees and also change this one because it's like this. So let's copy the info list method, and let's navigate on the employee resource. Here we have a table, and I'm going to paste this one now. Import the info list, import the section, and import the section from the info list and the text entry. Remove this. Now what we want to display here, not department, but is employees, employee info. We need to display the, and let's go country, state, ID, city ID, and department. So let's display first the country name, like this, and let's copy for state name, city name, and department name. Okay, so country, state, city, and department. Okay, then we need to display the username. So first I'm going to say a relationship, what we have also in here. So section make for the relationship, then create another section, and this is going to be with 2 columns. This one is going to be the name, and it's going to be with 3 columns. Okay, so what we have here, 3 columns. So we need the first name, last name, and middle name. And let's do that. Let's say first underscore name, middle name, and last name. I remove this one. Then we have the user address and dates. So let's copy this one again and paste it right here. This is going to be the address, and we need to display the address and the zip code. So let's say here address, and also a zip code, and remove this one. Is going to be 2 columns. And let's save. Let's navigate back to employees, refresh. If I click the view, now we have relationship, name, and address. And now the same, if you don't like the view page, go back to employees now and refresh. And we have something like this. Okay, friends, that's it all about this video to update the view page for all the resources. Now, if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like this video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to add filters and tabs on the employees table. So filters allow you to define certain constraints on your data and allow users to scope it to find the information they need. And you put them in the $table filters method. So if I open the VS Code, we have the public static function table, which return the table columns method, and here we define all the columns we need for the table. So we need to show here all the columns, and then we have this filters method. Now in this filter we define all the filters we need. Filters may be created using the static method, passing its unique name, and you should then pass a callback the query which apply your filter scope. So the same here, we have make static method with the name. Now I'm going to use a select filter, and select filters do not require a custom query method. The column name used to scope the query is the name of the filter. So let's say here select filter and call the static make method, and here we need to define the name, and I'm going to say department, like this. And select filters are also able to automatically populate themselves based on a relationship, because here I'm going to add a relationship. For example, we have a department relationship with a name column, and you can use the relationship method to filter the records belonging to a department. So we can say here relationship, passing the name of the relation, which is department, and we need to display the name of a department. Now if I save and come here and refresh, as you can see we have this icon, and if I click we have filters with a department, which is the name we added here. And let's filter by Laravel. Yeah, now only the employees belong to the Laravel department are listed. Also, if we select React and Vue.js, we can reset them. Okay, now on the departments we have only 3 departments, but if we have more, for example like we have on the country, and we can add a searchable here. So the same we had also on the form. So we can change searchable and save and refresh. Now we can search. Also we can add a preload if you like to populate the searchable options from the database when the page is loaded. So instead of when the user searches, you can use the preload method to populate them. And we can do the change the preload here, save, come here and refresh. And if I click, now it's preloading all the departments, and we can search, for example, for Laravel, and we have Laravel there. Now when a filter is active, an indicator is displayed above the table to show the table query has been scoped. Okay, also we have this X we can remove from here, or we can say reset. If you want to change here the label for the filters, we can change also label here. So I'm going to say label, and I'm going to say filter by department, and if I save and refresh, we can see we have filter by department. And if I click Laravel now, also here as an indicator we have this label filter by department. If you don't like that, and for example you like to have here filter by department but not in here, we can change also an indicator method and pass in the name, for example just department. Refresh. Now we have here department, but as a label here we have filter by department. Okay, also if you go to the Filament table builder documentation, we have here filters, and you can go and read the documentation. I'm going to add also this filter for created out, just I have one more there. So let's copy this and paste it after this select filter. We need to import this filter from the filament tables filter and also the date picker. And let's save. Let's open the browser and refresh. Now if we click here, we can see created from and created until here. Let's remove the department and I'm going to select created from this date until this date here. Okay, we have only 4 results. I select from 1. We have 6 results. We have added the filter by created at and created until, but we don't see the indicator here. If you want to do that, you can add indicate using, and we have, here is an example. So indicate using, passing a function which accepts an array with data, and with this data we access the date picker. So the date picker created at and created until, and I'm going to pass here. We have the indicate using, and I have just a copy from here. And now we need to import the carbon from the Illuminate support carbon here. Let's save. And let's see now on the browser, if I refresh, as you can see now we have created from and created until, because we have here indicators created from. It's going to be equal with created from and passing the date. So created from and also created until here. We have here created until and the date. Also we can add the filter for Laravel, for example, and now we have all the active filters here. We can add also a layout, so we can define the layout on the filter. After the array, we can say layout, as you can see here, which by default is null. And let's say layout. And I'm going to say filters layout. And here we have above content collapsible, below content. So let's say above content, and let's save this. Now if I refresh, we can see we have above the table the filters. Now as we can see here, we have all filters here, and all filters taking the full width. And if you don't like that, we can change here filter form columns, and let's say I want this 2 here. Refresh. Yeah, now we have separated the by department and the created from and created until. Okay, but let me just say filter form columns to be 3, and if I refresh, now I want this filter to take both 2 columns here, this one and also the empty one. So let's do that in this one here. So I'm going to change the column span to be 2, and let's save, refresh, and then columns to be 2 here. And yeah, now we have more noise like this if you prefer. If you don't like that, you can remove this one and also the filter columns, and I'm going to remove also the layout here and leave the default one. Refresh right here. Okay, let's reset and let's add now the tabs. So we can add tabs above the table, which can be used to filter the records based on some predefined conditions. Each tab can scope the eloquent query of the table in a different way. To register tabs, we need to add a getTabs method to the list page class and return an array of tab objects. So we need to open, for the employee resource, we need to open the employee list employees, and here we need to add public function get tabs, which is going to not get table but get tabs. We see the return an array, so let's say return and return an array. Now here we need to add the tabs, so I'm going to say, for example, all, and say tab from the Filament Resources pages list records. So tab static make method, and if I leave like this, let's close this one and let's come here and refresh. As you can see, here is the tab all, and now let's create one more, and I'm going to say this week, and I'm going to query based on the employees we have hired this week. So I'm going to say tab make, and then I'm going to modify query using, and here we need to add a callback, so fn, and we need to add a builder from the eliminate database $query. Let's say query where, now where the date hired is greater or equal with the, and I'm going to use now sub week. Save this and let's refresh. Yeah, we have this week here. If I click, we can see we have only 4 results. If I come here, 6 this week, 4 results. Let's do the same for, so let's copy this and paste it down there. With that also for this month, and one more for the this year. So let's say here this month, and here this year. So the employee we have hired this month, and we can see just change this to sub month, and also here sub year. Let's save, let's refresh. Now we have all this week, this month, and this year. So I go to all, we have 6 results this week, 4 this month, we have 5, and this year 6. We can add also a badge here to display the count of employees based on the query here. So let's say this one first. I'm going to change the badge and say employee query, and I'm going to pass this one, so where the date hired is greater or equal with a now subweek, and here now we need to call the count. And if I save and refresh, yeah, we have this week 4. Let's copy this now and add it to the month. Just change here to be sub month, and also in here to be sub year. And let's save, let's refresh, and yeah, now we have this week, this month, 4, 5, this year's 6. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, because it's going to help me to rank on YouTube. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video let's work with relationships, and first of all I'm going to open the VS Code, and let's open one by one the models. So go to the model and city model. Here we have the protected fillable, and also we have the state relationship, because the city belongs to the state, but also we have a relationship. So let's create public function for the employees. Here we have has many relationship, because the city has many employees. Okay, let's save. Let's go to the country. Here we don't have, so let's just come here and copy this one and go to the country and paste it right here just to save some time. On the country we have name, we have the code, and also we have a phone code. Okay, now country, we have a relationship with states. Here now country has many states, not belong to, so we need to say has many. And also here we need to return the has many relationship like this, and also a country has many employees. Good, let's save and let's copy these employees because we need also for the department. Yeah, here we have, okay, employees, we have department, country, state, and city. Good, let's go to the states. Here we have the relationship for country, but we need to add also for the employees has many. The state has many employees, and now we are okay with the models relationship. Now how we can work with a relationship using Filament, and that's it, very easy. So Filaments, as always, make it easy for us. We need to create a relationship. So here we are in the employee country, and if I go to the edit page, we have the form to update the country, okay? But here also we can display a list of relationships belong to this country. For example, we have states and employees. Okay, so if I open again the country model, we have states and employees relationship for the country, and we can display a list of states and employees in here. For that, we need to create a relation manager, and I'm going to open the terminal right here, and I'm going to say artisan make filament dash relation dash manager. Here we need now 3 names. So the first name is the name of the resource class for the owner model. In this case, I'm going to create for the country. So it's going to be the country resource. Okay. The second name is the name of the relationship you want to manage. So I'm going to create first for the state and then for the employees. Let's say states. And the third name is the name of the attribute that will be used to identify the states in this case. And we have name. So the state's name. And let's hit enter. And now successfully created the states relation manager. And we have here an info. Make sure to register the relation in country resource get relations method. So let's open that. Let's open Filament, country resource, and here we have the get relations method, and we need to register the states relation manager in here. Before that, you can see we don't have on the edit employees country, just we have the form. But if I register this in here, so the states relation manager class, and save this. Now if I refresh, immediately we see we have a table with all the states belong to this country. So we are on the Afghanistan. If I select another country here, edit Albania, and we have all the states belong to this country. Now here are displayed only the name. We have also the edit and delete. But if you want, so let's close right now this one, and let's go to the country resource. Here we have pages, and we have new directory relation managers. If I click, we have the state relation manager we created, and we can see the table has just the text column for the name, what we have here. Now if you want to add more, so let's copy and paste it here. For example, I'm going to display also the ID of the state. And let's refresh. As you can see, now we have also the ID here. We have the edit, and if I click, just let's say ... save changes. As you can see, we have updated the name, and also if I go to the states and let's search for that state, we have ... here. So go to the country, go to the Albania, and we have this state and change back. Okay, now let's create also the relationship for the employees. I'm going to open the terminal and just change now the relation name. I'm going to say employees, and the name for the employees is going to be the first name. We don't have the name, but we have the first name. Hit enter, and of course now successfully created the employees relation manager, and we need also to register this in the get relations inside the country resource. So go to the country resource and also register the employees relation manager class. Hit save, and if I come and refresh, now we have tabs here. We have states and employees. All the employees belong to this country. So let's go to another country. So for example, for this country, I think we don't have employees. We have states, but if I go to the employees, yeah, no employees yet. Good. We'll go to this one and go to the employees. Now for the employees, we display only the first name, but if you want, you can change that, and let's do that. Now we'll close the country resource, and let's go to the employees. Now in the relation managers, we have also the employees relation manager, and inside the table, we have only the first name. But let's go to the employee resource, and when we have the table, I'm going to copy what we have here. So I'm going to select all of them. Let's copy and let's paste it inside the table in the employees relation manager. I'm going to just remove the country name. We don't need the country name here. And let's save. Now if I refresh, you can see we have the first name, last name, zip code, the same we have on the employees table here. We also have this, the filter show and hide the columns. We have the search. Now if I click to the edit, we have only the first name. The same thing you can do also with form. So you can go to the employee resource, and when we have the form, I'm going to copy this and paste it on the form we have on the employees relation manager. Paste that in, close this, and import one by one what we need to import. So import filament form set, the get, also the collection, Illuminate support collection. We import the state query from the app models state, import the city, and we are okay. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we are okay. Save this and come here and refresh. Let's click now to this. And yeah, we have the relationship, country, state, and all of them. Username, user address, and dates. Now let's cancel, and we have 4 results here. Okay, but let's change the country for this employee. So I'm going to select Afghanistan here, and also we need to set the state and city. If I save changes, now we have only 3 results, okay, because that is removed from this list. Now let's do the same for the state. So here, when we go to the edit, I want to display all the cities belong to this state and all the employees belong to this state. Okay, so open the terminal and just let me clean this. And artisan make filament relation manager. Now, not for the country resource, the parent is going to be the state resource. And let's create the first for the employees and also one more for the cities. And for the cities, we need the name. Okay, we need to register on the get relation in the state resource. So let's close this and let's open the state resource here. Navigate to the get relations, register the cities relation manager class and also the employees relation manager. Now here we need that one which is for the state, not for the country. So let's go up here and we have cities relation manager, resources state resource, and also employees state resource. Good. Let's save this and let's navigate here and refresh. Okay, let's open the state model and we don't have a cities relation. So we need to create also that. Public, I forgot to do that function. Cities, which is has many relationship and it's going to return this has many city. Okay, now if I refresh here, we have cities and also we have employees. Okay, for this one we don't have employees yet. We have cities, and as I said, you can change the columns on the table, also the same on the form. Okay, now I'm going to create also for the city, and for the city I'm going to create only for the employees, because if I open the city model, we have employees has many. And let's close this, open the terminal, let's clean and let's create the relationship, and the parent is city resource, the relationship is employees, and we need to add the first name. Hit enter. Okay, we need to register now the relationship. So let's open the city resource and on get relations, let's register that. So register the employees relation manager, and we need to make sure that is for the cities, so not state resource but city resource. Let's save and let's see now if I go to this city. Yeah, we have employees here, and I want to go to the Tirana and Tirana here. Yeah, we have employees here. Okay, now I created also for city, and the same you can do for department. I created for the city because if I go back and search again Tirana, here we have this view. If I click, we have a model, the same we have also for the country and for the state. But let's go on the city resource, and here I'm going to uncomment this one. So get pages view. Now we are going to, if I click to the view, we are going to navigate to the page. Just refresh and view. Now, as you can see also on the view page, we have employees. Okay, and here we have only on the read mode. So if you want to have also the same, we have the edit. As you can see, we have the action for new employee, edit and delete. And if you want to have the same actions on the view, so if I go back to the view, yeah, we don't have actions here. what we can do is, let's open the city resource. We have now relation managers here, and let's go to the employees relation manager. And if I scroll down, and let's create a new method here, public function is read only, which return a boolean, and let's return false because by default it's true. If I save this and refresh now, as you can see, also on the view we have actions to create a new employee, edit and delete. Okay friends, so that's it all about the relationship I wanted to show you. Now if you don't like that, you can change back to true, which is the same as if I remove that. Okay, but I just want to show you, if you want, you can add and you can have a relation actions also on the view city. Now on the country and on the state, we don't have a view page. So because on the city resource pages, we have this view city page, but on the country resource pages, we don't have that. And also on the state resource pages, we don't have. If you want to create also the view page, is the same as you have here, view city, just create a new PHP page and just copy and modify that. Also, you can add a comment and I will do in the next video. Okay friends, all the best, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, like this video because it's going to help me to rank on YouTube. All the best, see you in the next one. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I'm going to add a global search to our project, and also I'm going to sort the group navigation how I want it, and also I'm going to add badges on the employees and maybe on the users and also on the departments. We can add to all, but I'm going to add only on the employees, users and department. Now to enable the global search on your model, you must set a title attribute for your resource. So I'm going to add on the employees first. Let's open the VS Code, and here we are on the employee resource. Now we need to add a new attribute here. So let's say protected static string $ record title attribute, and here I'm going to add for the employee resource, I'm going to add the first name, _name. And if I save that, let's open, let's refresh, and here we have the global search. Now let's search, for example, for this one. Yeah, here we have employees and we have the employee here. If I click, we navigate to the edit page of this employee. Your resource needs to have an edit or a view page to allow the global search results to link to URL. Otherwise, no results will be returned for this resource. Okay, so the employees needs to have a view or edit page. Otherwise, it's not going to show up here. And you may customize the title by overriding the get global search results title method. So let's do that. Let's create a new method, and I'm going to create right here. So public static function, and the name of the function is get global search results title, and here accept the model, and it needs to return the string. So let's return that, return, and here we need to override the title. We added first name, so let's change that to last name. So I'm going to say record last name, and let's save. If I refresh now and let's search for this one again, so plot, okay, we searched, here is the employee, but now it's going to display the last name, not the first name, as you can see. Okay, now if you like to search across multiple columns of your resource, we need to override new method. So let's go and do that. So open this one and create a new method, public static function, and the name is get global searchable attributes. Yeah, this one, and it needs to return an array. So let's do that. Let's return an array, and here we need to specify the columns to search. So I'm going to search for the first name, also for the last name, and maybe the middle name. Good, but let's just cut this save and just to show you, if I refresh and if I search for the last name here right now, yeah, we have no search results found. And if I save this and refresh again and search now for the last name, now we have the employee and we navigate to the edit page of that employee. Now we can add also a dot notation here, and the dot notation allow you to search inside a relationship. So for example, we can say country.name. If I save and come here and refresh, and let's say for Albania, and here we have the employees belong to the Albania. If you like, I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's save. Now also you can add extra details to the global search, and search results can display details below their title, which give the user more information about the records. And to enable this feature, you may override a new method, the get global search results details method. So let's do that. Let's create also the new method, public function get global search results details method, and it's going to return, it's need to return an array. So let's do that. Return an array, and for example, I'm going to add here just the country. So let's say country here, and total salary record country, and display the name of the country. If I save here and refresh, let's search for this one, and the country is Albania. So here we have now Miller and country Albania down there. Okay, let's close this and let's go back. Now the country relationship will be lazy loaded, which will result in a poor results performance. And the eager load the relationships, we must override the new method, which is the get global search eloquent query. And let's do that. Let's create that method. So public static function get global search, not results, but get global search eloquent query, and we need to return a builder. So let's return, and I'm going to say parent get global search eloquent query. And now I'm going to change width, and here I'm going to specify just the country, but you can add also the others. If I save now and let's refresh, let's search again for plateau, and yeah, here we have. Okay, now that's it all about the global search, and let's start and work with the navigation. So I'm going to add the badge for the employee. Let's open the employee resource, and we need to create a new method to add the badge next to the navigation item. Here we need to create the get navigation badge method and return the content of the batch. So let's do that. Let's come here and let's say public static function, not get global search now, but the method is get navigation batch. So get navigation, and we need to return a string. So let's say return, and I'm going to use the static get model count. Okay, now if I save this and let's come here and refresh, yeah, here we have the batch for the employees. Now you can override also the color of the batch, so let's do that. Just want to show you. So public static function, and the name of the function is get navigation batch color, and let's return here the color. For example, I'm going to say warning, and if I save, come here and refresh, yeah, we have a warning here. And let's open the providers Filament admin panel provider, and we have danger, gray, info, primary, success, or warning. So let's do the info. I'm going to change back info here, save, and refresh. Yeah, here is the info. We also can change conditionally. So for example, we can say static get model count. If the count is greater than 5, I'm going to add, for example, the warning color. Otherwise, let's say success. And let's save, come here and refresh. Now we have warning. If I say greater than 10, save, we don't have 10, we have only 6, and refresh, now we have success here. And let's just copy the batch for also the user resource. So I'm going to add right here, and let's save. And also on the department resource I'm going to add. So scroll up, and here I'm going to paste that in. Let's save, come here and refresh. Here we have for the users and for the department. Now let's order the navigation groups. So I'm going to open the admin panel provider, and here I'm going to change, let's change here after the font of the navigation groups, and here accept an array. So let's do that. We have the employee management, user management, and system management groups. So I want the employees to be here, then I want the system management, and then the user management. Or if you want the system management at the top, but I want the user management at the bottom. So let's do that. Let's say employee management first, and I'm going to copy that. Then the system management, and the last one is going to be the user management. Okay, let's save. Let's come here and refresh. Now we have employees management here. We have the system management, and then the user management, how I want to order them. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoyed that, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, because it's going to help me to rank on YouTube, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video, let's customize the notification when we create, edit, or delete a resource. So when the record is successfully created, a notification is dispatched to the user, which indicate the success of their action. And if we go and create a new employee here, I'm going to select a country, state, and city. also the department, and let's also choose the dates. If I save this, we have here the notification created. If we want, we can customize that, and to customize the title of this notification, we need to define the get created notification title method on the create page class. So here we are on the employees, and inside the employees resource, here we are, pages, we have this create employee. Here now we need to define that method, protected function, and the name of the function is get notification created notification title, and here we need to return a string, so the return type is string, and let's return that. So let's return, for example, not create employee but employee created, like this. If I save, and let's create now a new employee. I have saved that, yeah. Let's refresh and let's use the fake filler. Choose the date also and say create. Now take a look at the notification, okay? Create, now we have the employee created. Also, you can customize the entire notification by overriding the get created notification method on the create page class. So let's do that. Let's come here and let's say protected function get created notification, and the return type is optional notification from filament notifications notification. Okay, so filament notifications notification here is the return type, and let's return notification make the static make method, and here we can chain success, status, and the title. So let's say title employee created, and we can add also a body. So let's say body and say here the employee created successfully, like this. Okay, let's save. Yeah, let's save like this, and let's see now on the browser. Let's go to the employees again, and new employee. I think we saved, yeah. Use the fake filler and select the country, state, and city. Also the dates, and let's see now the notification. Yeah, employee created, and the employee created successfully. Okay, now if you don't want to have the notification, you can say here returning null. So instead of this, you can say return null. And then if I go back and let's refresh and let's create new employee, fake filler, now if I say create, we don't have a notification. Now this is up to you, how you like it. I'm going to leave this one and remove this one here, save. Now the same thing we can do also on the edit when we edit that. So let's go to the edit employee. Now let's come here, and I'm going to copy this one, and on the edit we need to define the protected function, and here is the get saved notification, which return the notification and paste that in. You need to import the notification here. Is a success. Now change the created to be updated. Okay, so on the create, we have the get created notification. On the edit, get saved notification. And let's see now. So if I click this one and let's just change the address, the dot here, and say save. Now the employee updated and the employee updated successfully. Now what about the delete? So if I click here and confirm, we have deleted here. How we can change that, because we don't have a delete page. And this delete button is in the edit page. Also we can add in here. So let's open the employee resource. And when we have a table, and let me close this. Let's close also the columns. We have filters and then we have actions. So view action, edit action, and let's add also the tables. Delete action, but we need to say tables here, not table. And let's say make like this. If I save this and come here and refresh, now also we have the delete action here. And if I click delete, we have the confirmation modal. If I click confirm, yeah, deleted. But how we can change the notification? And in here, when we say delete action, we can change the notification directly here. So we can chain a method. For example, to change only the title, we can say success notification title. And here we can pass the title. So I'm going to say employee deleted. Like this. If I save and let's come here and refresh, let's say delete. Let's confirm this. And now employee deleted. Or if you want to do the same with edit, for example, here, let's copy this one, the notification, and let's go to the employee resource. Instead of chaining the success notification title, we can chain the success notification here. So let's say success notification, and inside I'm going to add a notification instance. Okay, so let's paste now the notification, make success, and we need to change, let's close this, and we need to change the updated to be deleted, employee deleted, and the employee deleted successfully. We need to import this from the Filament notifications notification, save, come here and refresh, and let's say delete also for this one, confirm, and now we have employee deleted and the employee deleted successfully. Also the same you can do if you don't want a notification, you just add a null here, and then if I save and refresh, if I say delete, confirm, we don't see notification. Now this is up to you. I'm going to leave back to this one and save. And that's it all about the notification, how to customize for the create, update, and delete records. If you like such a video, please subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in this video I want to talk about the multi-tenancy with the Filament. So I'm inside the Filament documentation and in the multi-tenancy section. So here, multi-tenancy is a concept where a single instance of an application serves multiple customers. So each customer has their own data and access rules that prevent them from viewing or modifying each other's data. This is a common pattern in SaaS applications. Users often belong to groups of users, often called teams or organizations, and the records are owned by the group, so by a team, and users can be members of multiple groups, so multiple teams, for example. Now, multi-tenancy is a very sensitive topic. It's important to understand the security implications of a multi-tenancy and how to properly implement it. If implemented partially or incorrectly, data belonging to one tenant may be exposed to another tenant. Now, Filament provides a set of tools to help you implement multi-tenancy in your application, but it is up to you to understand how to use them. The term multi-tenancy is broad and may mean different things in different contexts. Filament's tenancy system implies that the user belongs to many tenants, for example teams, and may switch between them. If your case is simple and you don't need a many-to-many relationship, then you don't need to set up the tenancy in Filament. You could use observers or global scopes. Let's scroll down and let's see the setting up tenancy. To set up a tenancy, you will need to specify the tenant, like team or organization model, in the configuration file. So we need to change the tenant method and pass in here the model. In our case, it's good to use the department as a team, but I think it's better to use team because you are going to understand better if you see my video and also come in here and read the documentation, which I suggest you. So also watch my video and also come here and see the documentation, and you are going to have team here and also team in the video, and that is going to be better for you to quickly understand that. Okay, so first let's go and create the team model. I'm going to open the terminal and let's say here artisan make the model, hit enter, and let's name it team, and we want only the migration. Okay, and let's open that migration, so teams migration, and here I'm going to add $sign table string for the name, and let's copy also and paste for the Slack. Let's save. Let's come here. You also need to tell Filament which tenants a user belongs to, so you can do this by implementing the has tenants interface on the user model. But first, let's go on the configuration file and change the tenant method passing the team model. Let's come here and let's open the admin panel provider, and at the end I'm going to change tenant method passing the model, which is team class. Okay, save. Then let's open the user and implementing the has tenants interface. So let's do that. Let's open the user model and here say implements has tenants. Okay, and we need to create the get tenants method, teams relationship, and can access tenant method. Okay, let's copy them and scroll down and paste it right here. So we need to import the panel from the Filament panel, the collection from the Illuminate support collection, belongs to many, and also the model here. Now we have get tenants, we have themes, which is belongs to many relationship, and for that we need a pivot table theme to user. Okay, but let's save this and let's come here and let's say, in this example, users belong to many themes. So there is a themes relationship. The getTenants method returns the themes that the users belongs to, and Filament uses this to list the tenants that the user has access to. So it's going to list all the themes. And then for security, you also need to implement the canAccessTenant method of the hasTenants interface to prevent users from accessing the data of other tenants by guessing their ID. Okay, for that we have this canAccessTenant. Now let's create also the pivot table, and I'm going to do that in this one. So let's copy this and paste it down there. This is going to be theme user, origin ID, for theme ID, and say constraint, and let's copy and paste for the user ID. Save this. Also we need to say here drop if exists also the theme user. Save. Now adding a tenant registration page. So a registration page will allow user to create a new tenant. When visiting your app after logging in, users will be redirected to this page if they don't already have a tenant. When we register a new user, this is not going to belong immediately to a tenant. So for that, it's going to be redirected to the register page. To set up a register page, you will need to create a new page class that extends a register tenant. This is a full page Livewire component, and you can put this anywhere you want, such as inside the app filament, pages, tenancy, register theme. So it's suggesting to add inside the pages, tenancy, and register theme. Let's copy this path here, and I'm going to create that file inside the filament. Let's say new file, paste that path, hit enter, and let's pass the PHP first, and then I'm going to copy what we have in this example. Okay, copy this and paste it right here. So we have a getLabel method, a form, and to this form you may add any form components you want. So I'm going to add the text input for the name and also the text input for the slug, because we have also the slug on the theme. Okay. And now we need to tell Filament to use this page, and you can do this in the configuration file. We need to chain tenant registration, passing the registration theme page. Okay, so let's open the provider. Let's change the tenant registration, passing the page, which is register theme class. Okay, let's save this. Also customizing the tenant registration page, so you can override any method you want on the base registration page class to make it act as you want. Also, you can add a tenant profile page. A profile page will allow users to edit information about the tenant, and to set up the profile page, we'll need to create a new page class that extends edit tenant profile. This is a full page Livewire component, the same as the register class, and you can put this anywhere you want, such as filament pages tenancy. And let's copy this and open the filament pages tenancy, and here create a new file with this name, edit theme profile PHP. say PHP here, and let's copy what we have inside here. Paste it. And here we have a get label, theme profile, and also a form. And let's do the same on the form. Let's add also the text input for the slug. Let's save. And you may add any form components also here on the form method. And now we need to tell Filament to use this page, the same we have done with register. We need to change the tenant profile, passing the page. Okay, so let's open the provider and change tenant profile, passing the page, which is edit theme profile class. Okay, so this page here. Let's save this. Also here we have customizing the tenant profile page. You can override any method you want on the base profile page class to make it act as you want. And we have also billing here, but let's navigate on the configuring the tenant relationship. When creating and listing records associated with a tenant, Filament needs access to two eloquent relationships for each resource. An ownership relationship that is defined on the resource model class and a relationship on the tenant model class. By default, Filament will attempt to guess the name of this relationship based on standard Laravel conventions. For example, if the tenant model is team, it will look for a team relationship on the resource model class. Now we are going to use employees. So employees is going to be the resource model class, and it's going to look for a team relationship on the resource model class. And let's do that. Let's open the model employee and create this relation. Public function. Team. And this is going to be belongs to. So here, let's return this belongs to team class. But for that, we need to modify also the database. So let's go to the migrations, and we need to go to the employees table, and here let's copy this and duplicate and change this to team ID. Save, because now the employee is going to belong to the team. Also we need, so let's open back. We need to modify the name of the teams. So the teams is going to be up here above the employees. For that, I'm going to change just the date to be 04. And now teams is up here. Let's close like this. If the tenant model is team, it will look for a team relation on the resource model class. Okay, and if the resource model class is post, it will look for a post relationship on the tenant model class. On the team model is going to look for post, but in this case, in our case, it's going to look for the employees. So let's go to the team model, and here first let's create the protected $sign fillable to be equal with the name and the slug. Okay, then let's create the employees relationship. So public function employees, and this is going to be as many relationship, and let's return $sign this as many employee class. Okay, also if I open the register theme here, we have this handle registration, and let's import the theme. We have here $theme create the data, because here I'm going to handle the data, and then calling the theme members, but these members, we don't have a members relationship, so let's go and create that on the theme method. Okay, so we need to create this method, and let's copy and say here public function members, which is going to be belong to many relationship, and let's return this belongs to many user class. Save. Okay. Now customizing the ownership relationship name, so you can customize the name of the ownership used across all resources at once using the ownership relationship argument on the tenant configuration method. And here is the example. Let's copy this and let's go on the panel provider on the tenant method. Now let's pass this one ownership relationship, which is going to be team, not the owner. On the employee we have team here. Okay, alternatively you can set the $tenant ownership relationship name static property on the resource class, but I'm going to use this one. Customizing the resource relationship name, also you can do that. And also here we have for the Slack, but let's go and let's see so far what we have. If I refresh, let's run the migrations and let's refresh again. Now because we are logged in, here we're redirected to the register theme. Okay, so we redirected here register theme with two inputs, name and the Slack, and here is the name and the Slack. So let's register a theme, and I'm going to register Spotty as a name of the theme and Spotty as a Slack. Let's register the theme and we redirected back. Here we have now the theme Spotty. We have also the theme profile because we created this edit theme profile, and let's navigate there so we can update the theme. Let's say Spotty theme, for example, and the Slack to be Spotty theme, like this. Save changes, refresh. Now we have Spotty theme here. We can register a new theme, so let's go there and let's say, for example, Laracasts. And also here I'm going to say Laracasts, like this. Register theme, and yeah, we have Laracasts and Spotty theme. As you can see, when we are in Laracast and we are admin/choose, so the ID of the theme. If I change the Spotty, we have /1 here. Okay, now let's see configuring the Slack attribute. And for that we need to say on the tenant method Slack attribute to be Slack. Let's copy this and let's navigate on the provider on the tenant method. Now let's add also to override the Slack, and if I save, come here now and let's go to the dashboard for not found, because it's not going to found a Slack one. But if I refresh here, we navigate the Spotty-theme. The Slack belongs to these themes, and if I navigate to Laracast, admin/Laracast, now we have here. Okay, now let's navigate to the employees and create new employee. We can see here column not found on now column employees team ID, and we added. So let's see. Let's open again the database migration. We added the team ID here, but I think we need to, let's close all of them now and let's open the terminal And let's run the artisan migrate fresh, and I'm going to say dash seed. Okay, now let's just navigate to the /admin, refresh the migration, and we redirect the admin new. So it's going to register a theme. So let's register again Spotty, and the slug is going to be Spotty, register theme. We are here, the Spotty theme here. Okay, let's go to the employees and let's create a new employee. So I'm going to say big pillar. Okay, yeah, we don't have also the department because the country, state, and city we have generated with. So let's go back. Let's come here. Let's navigate on the seeders database seeder. So we created the country, state, and city, and let's create 2 departments here. Right here, I'm going to create 2 departments, and let's say department, or just one, create, and we need to add only the name, which is going to be Laravel. Okay, and let's run again the artisan migrate fresh dash seed, refresh, navigate back to the admin, Spotty, register the theme, go to the employees, new employee, fake filler, select Laravel here, and also the date. Let's create. We have a typo here, employees, not employees. So let's open the theme and say employee here. Save. And now let's say create, and employee created. Let's go to the employees, and yeah, here it is. Now let's go and create a new theme. Register theme, and I'm going to say Laracast again. Register theme. Okay, we are inside the Laracast theme. If I go to the employees, we don't see employees here. So let's create a new employee now for the Laracast theme. Okay, let's say fake filler, fill all the fields. Let's create, and let's navigate now back. We are on Laracast theme. We have this employee here with this name. If I change the theme to Spotty and navigate the employees, now we have this one, this employee here. Okay, now as you can see here, we have 2, and we need to fix that also. If I go to the country does not have a relationship name theme, so we need also to have a relationship, and a country is going to be to belong to the theme. But for now, I wanted to show you on the employees. I created this video because I had the comments on YouTube how to do that, and for that I'm going to do this one. Now, if you like such a video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now in the previous video we worked with multi-tenancy, and I used a theme model for multi-tenancy. So here we can list all the themes this user belongs to. Also we can update the theme, and we have also employees belonging to this theme, and here is showing. So for example, we are inside the Spotty theme, and here is the employee with this name. If I navigate to the Laracast theme, got the employees, now we have new one. Okay, so for Laracast, the name of the employee is Aretha. For the Spotty is Callum. Okay, now in this video I'm going to work with the multiple panels. So I'm going to create a new panel. This is going to be for the admin one, and a new one I'm going to name it app, and I'm going to move the multi-tenancy on the app. Okay, so for that let's open the VS Code, and first I'm going to open the terminal here, And let's say now to create a new panel, you can use make :filament -panel command and give the name, the unique name of the new panel. So artisan, which is the alias for PHP artisan, make :filament -panel and give it the name. So I'm going to name it app. Hit enter. Successfully created the app panel provider. And also we have a warning here. We've attempted to register the app panel provider in your config/app.php file as a service provider. But if you get an error, you can manually register the service provider by adding it to the providers array. So let's close this and let's open the config app.php. Here is the app panel provider, so successfully is registered here. Let's close that. Now let's open the app, and inside the providers filament we have two files right now, the admin panel provider and the new one, which is the app panel provider. Here we have a different ID, app, and I'm going to open here. For the admin we have ID admin, path admin, and this is a default one. For the app we have ID app and path app. Okay, let's change the colors also. So I'm going to copy the colors we have here and paste it right here. For the primary I'm going to leave amber and remove the indigo here. Let's save. Now discover resources. We have the app path and filament/app/resources. The same for pages, filament/app/pages, and for widgets, filament/app/widgets. So we have a different path from the admin panel. So if I navigate down for admin panel, we have just filament/resources. Instead, for app panel, we have filament/app/resources. And then everything is the same. So we have middleware and also auth middleware. The same we have here also. Now, as I said, I'm going to move the tenant inside the app, not here, because right now it's inside the admin, as you can see here. So if I refresh, nothing happened. But let's move the tenant registration and also the tenant profile. So I'm going to cut them and move inside the app panel provider. So right here, I'm going to move it. Now on the admin panel provider, just scroll up and remove the theme, register theme, and the edit theme profile from here. Save. And we need to import now inside the app panel provider. So I'm going to say import here. Also import the register theme, but the register theme is inside. So let's see. Register theme is inside the filament, pages, tenancy, and edit theme profile. Also register theme profile. Let's create a new directory, a new folder here inside the filament app. And I'm going to move pages inside the app. And let's scroll down and let's import now the register theme and also the edit theme profile. Now if I see we have app filament pages and not register theme, yeah, we need to also to change the namespaces. App filament / app again, and save. The same on the register theme. So app filament app / pages tenancy. Okay, let's close. Also close this one and add also the app. Not here, but here. So app / and the same to this one. Okay, now if I come here, we are inside the admin, and just navigate directly to the admin, refresh. Now we don't have the multi-tenancy inside the admin. We have only the employee management, system management, and user management. If I navigate now to /app, because in the app panel provider, for the path we have app. So let's navigate there. Hit enter. Here is the app panel. We have the multi-tenancy here, so select Laravel, OK, and select Spotty. Good. Now if I log out here, so let's say sign out, we have this route login not defined because we need the chain also in the app panel provider, the login method. The same we have in the admin panel provider. So login, let's do the same here, change the login method, and let's save, and let's come here and refresh. Now we have the login inside the app/login. And if I log in, okay. Now let's here in the app panel so let's go back to the admin. I want to have employees and also department. So for example, for the Spotty team, I'm going to create a department for what I want, which is going to belong to the Spotty team. Also for the Laravel team, different department and also employees. Now for the employees we have added, so if I open the employees migration, we have added the team ID here. So let's copy this and let's do the same also on the department. So here we have only the name, but we need to add also the team ID because the department also is going to belong to the team. And let's close this. Also, I'm going to close this one, this one, this one. Then let's navigate inside the app and models, employee. We have a relationship team method. So public function team belongs to, so we need to do the same also on the department. Paste it here. And let's import the belongs to here. And then let's navigate in the team model. We have the employees and members. We need to create also the relationship between the team and the departments. So let's say department and let's save. So now we have the relationship. We need to run the artisan migrate fresh dash seed. Okay, and I think we have error in the database seeder. Yeah, because we have this department create. So let's remove that and let's save and let's run again. Good. Let's close this. And also database seeder, close this one and close this one. Good. We have 404 not found because we don't have the Spotty, but if I come here, yeah, register new team and let's register Spotty team. Also Spotty team Slack, and yeah, we are here. And let's register a new one for Laravel just to have here. So we have Laravel and Spotty. Very good. Now I want to have the resources here for the employees and department. For that, we need to create a new resource, which is going to be inside the Filament app resources. Okay, because the app panel provider for the resources is going to look inside the Filament app resources. Okay, instead the admin is going to look just inside the Filament Resources. So let's open the terminal and let's create a new resource, artisan make :filament dash resource, and I'm going to create the department first. So department dash view, also to have the view, hit enter. Which panel would you like to create this inside the app? And the same let's create for the employee. Hit enter, app, let's clean, close. And now if I go inside the Filament app, we have resources, and inside the resource we have the employee resource and the department resource. Okay, let's close this and let's open the browser. If I refresh, here we have the department and employees. Right now are empty because we need to fill them. So for that, what I'm going to do, let's go inside the resources and department. So this is for the admin. I'm going to copy the form here. And let's open this department, which is inside the app. And I'm going to paste inside the form for department details, name. Okay, then the same I'm going to do for the table. Copy and paste it inside the table also. And then the info list. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So after the table method, I'm going to paste this one. We need to import the info list, a section from the info list, also the text entry and the model. And I think we're okay. So let's save this and let's see on the browser now. If you navigate to departments, new department, and let's create a new department on Laravel. So I'm going to say, for example, inertia or inertia.js like this. Let's create it, go back, and here is the inertia.js. Now if I change the theme, so let's go to spotty theme, go to the departments. We don't have any. Let's create new here. And let's say, for example, roles. Create. And we have a role department in just for the spot. Good. Let's do the same now for the employees. I'm going to navigate inside the employee resource, which is inside the admin, and also open the employee inside the app. And I'm going to copy also here the form. Paste it here. Copy columns inside the table. Okay. Also, if you want, you can copy the filters. I'm going to skip this. Also for the delete action, but I'm going to copy the info list and paste it. And also here we need to import everything. So import first the info list, import the section. From the info list, import the text entry, and what we have other. Yeah, we need to import also inside the form. We have the set. Import from Filament Forms. Get also a collection from the Illuminate support collection. The state from the Have Models state. Then the city. And I think we are okay with the imports. So just let's save and let's see on the browser. If I refresh and navigate inside employees, new employee, yeah, and let's use a fake filler. But if I go to department, here we have Inertia.js and roles, but I want to list only the departments belong to this team, so the spotty team, which is roles. For that we need to come here and we need to filter the query, the scope of the query. So we have countries, state ID, we need all the countries, yeah, all the states, all the cities, but the department, we need to filter that. We have a relationship, and let's do something like this. I'm going to say here, modify query using. So let's use the modify query using, and here I'm going to use a closure, so fn, which is going to accept the builder. I'm going to say $sign query, which is going to be query, and here now we are going to say where belongs to, and now we need to get the tenant, so I'm going to use the filament get tenant method like this. We are okay. And now if I save this, and let's see inside the browser, if I refresh, yeah, now we have only the roles belong to this team. And let's use now fake filler here, select the country you want, the state, the city, and the department belong to this team. Also we need to select the dates, and let's say create. Now created, go inside the employees. Here we have the new employee, but if I change the team, go to the employees, we don't see any. Let's create new employee for the Laracast. Fake filler, choose the country, state, and city. And now we have inside the departments, we have only the Inertia.js because Inertia.js belongs to Laracast. And let's choose that. And let's come here and select this and this. And let's say created, go to the employees table. We have only this one. So flowers is the last name of the employee. If I change the spotty and see employees is stone, the last name, okay? So this is how to create a new panel inside the filament and also scope the query when we creating a new employee, scope the departments. That's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, friends, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with multiple panels and we are inside the app. We are not logged in and we have redirected to the login page. Also, if I go to the admin panel, we redirect to the login page. But here we have admin/login, and if I navigate to the app, we redirect to app/login. Now if I want to register a new user, we don't have the register page, and that's what I'm going to do in this video. I want to create also the register page, and I'm going to remove the admin login page. So I'm going to have only the login page inside the app, and also the app panel is going to be the default one. So let us start and work with that. I'm going to open first the app panel provider, and then let's open the admin panel provider in here. Okay, now the admin panel provider is a default one, so I'm going to remove this. Also, I want to remove the login inside the admin. I want to have only one login page inside this panel, and this one is going to be also a default one. And I'm going to remove also from the admin the auth middleware. Okay, let's save here, and now inside the app I'm going to change the registration method. If I change that and save, let's come here and take a look to the form here. If I refresh, now we have a new link, sign up for a new account, and if I click, we navigate to the register page with a register form, name, email, password, and password confirmation. If I navigate to the admin, users, yeah, we have this error because I removed the auth middleware. Okay, I'm going to leave it for now, this one, and let's go and create a new user. I have made artisan migrate fresh, so we have only the user created from the database seeder. Now let's create a new one. Let's say test user with a test at test.com and the password, and here password, sign up, and now let's register a new team. Let's say test team and test team, sign up. Okay, we are directed to the app. Very good. Here's the team. We can create a new team or team profile here. Now what I want, if I want to navigate to the admin, instead of go and change the URL, I want to have a link here on the users menu. Here we have the link to sign out. I want also the link to navigate to the admin. So for that, let's go and I'm going to chain right here a new method, which is going to be the user menu items, and here accept an array. So let's add an array here and let's create a new item. So we can say menu item and call the static make method, and here I'm going to give it a label. So let's change label here, and I'm going to say admin. Also we can add icon. I'm going to paste this icon here, and now we need also to add the URL. So let's say URL, and for the URL I'm going to say /admin. Okay, if I save this and let's see on the browser, we are inside the app panel, refresh. If I click here, we have the admin, and if I click, we navigate to the admin dashboard. Now the same, I want to have the link to navigate to the app. For that, I'm going to do the same thing also inside the admin panel. So let's copy that and let's paste it right here. We need to import the menu items, and here we say make. Now I'm going to change the label from admin to be dashboard. Okay, I'm going to leave the arrow icon the same and just change the URL to be /app. If I save this, come here and refresh, we are inside the admin panel, and yeah, we have dashboard here. Let's click, we navigate to the dashboard. Good. Now if I click here, and as you can see here, this is now clickable. If you want, you can also chain a new method. So here we have registration. I'm going to chain the profile method, and if I click here and refresh, now as you can see, the profile is a link. If I click, we navigate to the app profile, and we can change the name, the email, and also add in a new password. Also, you can customize this page, and I have created a video about that. But if you want, you can go to the Filament documentation and read more inside the panel builder users section. Okay, one more thing here in this video is I want to show this admin link only if the user is an admin. Right now, this user is a test user, so I want to hide from this one. How to do that? Let's close now the admin panel provider, and here when we have this menu item make, we can chain a new method here and say hidden or visible, which accept a boolean closure, and I'm going to add fn here, a closure, which can return boolean, and I'm going to say if the authenticated user is admin, Now we don't have this method, so we are going to create this one. Let's save and let's open the user model and let's create a new method here. So just public function is admin, just return boolean, and I'm going to say return if this email is equal to admin@example.com. Okay, if I save this, come here and refresh, click, we don't see that admin link. Let's sign out and let's sign in with admin@example.com, pass in the password, sign in, create a new theme. So let's say Laravel theme and also Laravel Slack. Okay, now we are as admin and you can see we have the admin link and we can navigate here. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy and don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. So in the previous video we worked with the app panel. We make this as a default one. Also we have the login and registration page only for the app panel, not for the admin. Right now we are not logged in, so here if I go to the /app, we navigate to the login page. But because we are not logged in, if I navigate right now to the admin, and yeah, we have this error because we are not protecting this route. I removed the auth middleware, and that's what I'm going to do in this video. I'm going to add a is admin column inside the users table, and then create a new middleware where we are going to check first for if the user is authenticated and then to check if the user is admin. If that is true, it's going to be allowed to be here. Otherwise, we are going to show the error page or we can redirect a new page. Okay, so for that, let's open the VS Code, and first I'm going to add that column to the users table. So let's say artisan make migration, and I'm going to say add is admin the users, and I'm going to specify the table which is users. Hit enter, and let's close this and let's open that file. So is admin. Okay, and I'm going to say here $table, it's going to be a boolean, and say is admin. Default is going to be false, and I'm going to add this after the, let's say after the email. Okay, and also I'm going to say here $table, drop the column, and the column name is admin. Save, close this one, and let's open also the database seeder. Here, when we create a new user, I'm going to make this user admin, so I'm going to say is admin to be true. Okay, let's save, let's close this. Now let's open the terminal and let's say artisan migrate fresh -seed. Hit enter. Okay, now if I open the table plus and refresh, yeah, we have this user which is admin to 1. Good. Now let's go and create the middleware. Artisan make middleware, and I'm going to name it verify is admin. Hit enter. Good. Let's close this and let's open that verify is admin middleware, And here what I'm going to do is to check first if the user is authenticated. So auth user, and if the auth user is admin. Okay, now let's open the user model, and I'm going to add that is admin in the fillable. So he's admin, and also I'm going to add that here, just to specify that the is admin is a boolean, like this. Save, close this one. And now if the auth user, if the user is authenticated and the authenticated user is admin, which is going to return true or false. If that is true, I'm going to return next request. Otherwise, I'm going to say abort, or let's say abort first, abort with a 403, and I'm going to add a message here: you are not allowed to access this page. And let's close and let's save this. Now let's open the panel. So the admin panel provider. Here we have middlewares. We removed the web middleware. We removed the auth middleware. So let's register that middleware we created, which is verify is admin class, and let's say now if I come here and refresh, we are not logged in. We have you are not allowed to access this page. Good. If we navigate to the app, let's log in with the admin example, password, sign in. Let's say just admin here. And now if I go to the admin, yeah, we can access this page, go to the dashboard, and so on. If I log out and let's create new account, I'm going to say test example, test at test.com, and add the password. Let's sign up. Let's say test here. Now first, we don't have that link, and also we need to change that, but let's navigate to admin like this. And yeah, here we have you are not allowed to access this page. But instead of saying you are not allowed to access this page, I'm going to redirect. So let's open this, and instead of aborting, I'm going to say return redirect the /app like this, and let's save. Now if I refresh here, we redirected the app. Okay, because we are not admin, so just let's go admin. Yeah, if I log out, sign out, and let's check here /admin again. And yeah, we redirected the app login. Very good. Now let's log in with the admin. Okay, we have this link, but this link is, let's open the app panel provider. And here we have menu item, make admin URL and visible if auth user is admin. And I think we have, if I open the user model, yeah, we have this method, but I'm going to remove this, save, close, and now I'm going to check if the auth user is admin like this, which is a boolean, and is going to return true or false. And if I refresh now, yeah, we have the admin. We navigate there, go dashboard. Now if I go to the admin and if I sign out here, yeah, we redirect to the app login. Let's say test at test.com, add the password, sign in. We don't see that. And also if I navigate the admin, we redirect back. Okay friends, that's it all about this video. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, Tony here. Now this video is going to be the last video in this series. I think I have covered all the basics you need to know to create a Filament admin panel. Here we are in the app panel. Also we have admin panel. And in this video, I'm going to talk about widgets. I'm going to create widgets for the admin dashboard and also for the app dashboard. So we're going to have different widgets for the app and different for the admin. Now let's go to the Filament and you can read more. So here we have in the Filament documentation, we have a section for widgets. The widgets you can install as a separate package if you haven't installed the panel builder, or if you have installed the panel builder, is automatically installed. Now you can go to the stat widgets and read more, also for chart widgets, and we have also a table widget. So if you go to panel, we have also here a section for widgets, and if you go also to the getting started, we have here widgets. Okay, now Filament widgets are components that display information on your dashboard, especially statistics. Widgets are typically added to the default dashboard of the panel, but you can add them to any page, including resources. Now let's go here and let's start with the stat widgets, and I'm going to copy the command we need to create widgets. So copy that and I'm going to paste that one. I'm going to change the name to be stats admin overview. Hit enter, enter again, and I'm going to select for the admin panel, and let's change this to stats app overview. And this one is going to be for the app panel. Okay, let's close this and let's open now the admin overview widget. And here, let's go and see the examples. Here we have an example, but I'm going to go to widgets and stats overview widgets. Here we have the example with the hard-coded data, and let's paste that in. Let's save this and let's see now on the browser. We are in the stats admin overview. So here is we are inside the app, and let's go to the admin, and here is the widgets, all hard-coded data. Now let's see, also we can add a description and also icons. So let's copy them and just update this with this one and see the difference. Yeah, here we have also icon here and the description. We can add a color, and here we have the colors we want. If we want to change the danger, gray, info, primary, success, and warning. And if I copy this and paste it, it's going to change the look to look better. So if I refresh, yeah, you can see it's looking better now. Also, you can add extra HTML attributes, add in a chart as the stat view. So here we have this hard-coded chart, and let's add it here. And if I save and see on the browser, now if I refresh, yeah, here we have something like this. Okay. Now let's go and change from the hard-coded to be from the database. I'm going to say here, first one, let's display the users. And here I'm going to say user model, query, and I'm going to get count. Okay. And right here I'm going to say all users from this website. or all from the database. Yeah, like this. And let's copy this one and paste it also in here. And here I'm going to display the themes. Okay, all themes from the database. And also here we can do the same thing, but just change the model to be themes. Okay, paste that in, change the model to be a theme model, import that, and also here let's add for the employees. So I'm going to add an employee model, query count, let's say here. Now you can customize how you like. I'm going to say employees, and also here I'm going to say all employees from the database. Let's save and let's refresh. Yeah, we have users, teams, and employees, as you can see. Okay, now let's go here and take a look at chart widgets. Let's copy the command and let's paste it on the terminal. I'm going to clean this and paste that in. Just change the name to say, let's say employee admin chart. Hit enter. It's going to be for the admin panel. And let's leave the bar chart, but we can change it later this. I'm going to create one more for the users. User admin chart. For the admin panel, bar chart. Okay, let's close this. And now, first of all, I'm going to copy this one. And let's open now the app widget. And here I'm going to paste this one. Let's close this, and now on the admin, if we go to the dashboard, what I want to display, I want to display not the teams, I want to display employees, I want to display here departments, but departments belong to this tenant, because here we select the tenant, we are in the admin tenant, and I want to display only the departments for this tenant. So let's say here department model and employee. Yeah, also let's import the employee. And for the users, I want to display only the users belong to this tenant. For that we are going to say not user query count, but I'm going to say a team, and I'm going to find the team and use the filament get tenant first. So we get the team, and I'm going to call the members and get the count. Now if I save, so in the team we have a members method for the users belong to that team, and I'm going to display the count. Let's save this, and let's, yeah, here we have users, we have 2 users belonging to this team, departments 4 and employees 7. If I change the tenant to be Wdgets, we have 1 user, 4 departments, 7 employees, and yeah, we need to change also the department and the employee, not just get the query count. Okay, so for that we are going to say query and change the where belong to and get the tenant. So filament get tenant, and let's add the same also on the employee. If I save and come here and refresh, Now we have 6 employees for the Vue.js and 3 departments. If I choose Laravel, 1 user, 0 departments and 0 employees. Admin, 1 employee, 1 department and 2 users. Now let's work with other widgets which we have here, employee admin widgets. And if we go on the chart widgets here, we have the example with the hard-coded data. And just let's show you how it's going to look if we pass that hard-coded data here, and we are inside the employee admin chart. So we need to navigate to admin, and yeah, here is the chart. We also have the chart for the user, but let's focus on this one, and this is now hard-coded. If you want, you can go here and available chart type. So let's go to the chart.js, and here we have chart types. We have bar, bubble, line chart. So how it's going to look? A bar chart is going to look like this. Bubble chart is going to look like this, and what you like. I prefer to use the line chart. So here we can change the get type to be line. And if I save and see now, if I refresh, yeah, it's going to look something like this, and I prefer this one. Also, we can change the color. So here we have, you can customize the color of the chart data by setting the $color property to what color you like. So let's copy this and paste it up here. And also I'm going to say here, not just chart, but employee chart, like this. And now the color is info, but I want a warning color, like this. Save, and let's see on the browser now. If I refresh, yeah, we have a warning color and also employees chart here. Now if I come here, yeah, we can add a background and a border color, so we can change the colors there for them. But here we have generating chart data from an Eloquent model, and you need to install this package. I have installed that, so you can go to documentation and just run this command here. And then let's copy now this code and replace the hard-coded with that one. Now here we need to import the trend. Now the model is employee. It's going to be employee because we are in the employee admin chart. I'm going to change between the start of month and also end of month. It's going to be, and here we're going to say per day. Okay, also import the trend value, and not blog posts, but this is going to be employees. Let's save and let's see now on the browser what we have. If I refresh, yeah, employee chart, and here is the employees for this month from 1 to 29. Okay, now let's do the same for the user admin chart. So let's replace this with this one, import the trend value. Here I'm going to say not employees but users. Also the model is going to be a user model, and import that. And here I'm going to say users chart, and let's save this. Come here and refresh, and yeah, we have a users chart, but this is a bar chart, and I'm going to leave this bar chart, and this is a line chart. But just I want to change the sort. And if you go to form builder dashboard here we have available widgets, start, chart, and table widgets. But here we have also the sorting widgets. Each widget class contains a sort property that may be used to change its order on the page. So let's copy this now and let's say, for example, the employee chart or the user chart first is going to be number 2 for sorting, and employee, I'm going to make that number 3. Let's save and let's see on the browser now. If I refresh, yeah, this is number 2, number 3, number 1 is going to be this. Okay, let's also do the same for the table. Let's create a table widgets and let's copy this one, open the terminal, let's clean and let's paste that in. Now instead of latest orders, I'm going to say latest employees. And let's say latest admin employees table is going to be for the admin. Okay, now let's open that latest admin employees table. Here now we need to define first the query. So I'm going to say employee query, and also here I'm going to change the default sort to be the created add. It's going to be desk, of course, and let's add columns here. So I'm going to just paste what columns I want to display, just the country name, first name and last name. Let's save and let's see now on the browser. Yeah, here it is. Okay, now I want this to be at the end and I want to take this a full width. So we can add, let's go here and copy this one. Latest admin employee. So instead of 3, this is going to be 4 at the sorting. So if I refresh, yeah, now here is the table, but also I want to take the full width. For that we can customize the width, and here we have an example. Let's copy that and paste it. Also that one in here. Let's save and let's refresh. Yeah, now it's taken the full width. Also you can change here the how many you want to display. Now that's it for the admin area. Okay, I think we are good. And for the app widgets, we have only the stats widgets. So let's open the terminal and let's create the latest app employees table. This is going to be for the app. And also I'm going to create employee admin chart, not admin, but here we're going to say employee app chart for the app panel. This is going to be a line chart, and I think we are okay. So with the stats, we are good. Let's go and dashboard. Yeah, table query. We need to work also. Let's close this. And I'm going to copy what we have in here and place in the latest app employees table right here. So paste it here. We need to import the employee, but the employee query is going to be now where belongs to, and here we need to add filament get tenant. Okay, now this is going to be not sort 3 4, but it's going to be 3 because we're not going to have a user's chart. Now let's go to the employee admin chart and copy what we have here. And I'm going to paste inside the employee we have. Okay. We need to import the trend. Okay, we need to import the trend value. And what we need is Here we have trend model and we're going to get all the employees. So if I save this and refresh, employee not found, we need to import this also and refresh. Yeah, we have a table which is taking all the full width, so we don't need that. So let me just close all, and I'm going to open the latest employee. Here we have a full width. I don't want to take this a full width. So let's refresh now, and yeah, here we have latest app employees. We have the employee chart here, but I don't want to get all the employees. So if I change the tenant to be Laravel, if we have employee chart, but the employees count is 0. So we get all the employees. We need only the employees belong to that query. So let me just copy this one here, and let's open the employee here. Instead of passing the trend model, we can say trend query. Okay, and here we're going to pass query and where belongs to filament get tenant. Import the filament. Now if I save this and come here, as you can see, take a look to this one, refresh. Yeah, 0 employees, 0 here. But if we change the tenant, for example Wdgets, here we have 6 employees, and we have also a different chart, and we have here 6, and let's say 5. Yeah, I think more okay. And that's it all about this video, friends. I hope you enjoy, and don't forget, if you like such a video, subscribe to my channel, like the video, share with your friends, and see you in the next one. All the best.